order the regular meeting of the Ojai Planning Commission for July 15th, 2020. And Sherry, could we have a roll call, please?
Chair Quillisi.
Here.
Vice Chair Nolan.
Here.
Commissioner Lottis.
Here.
Commissioner Trent.
I got to get quicker on my mute. Yes, I'm here.
And one vacancy.
And one vacancy. Terrific. Thank you. We have more than a quorum. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Okay. And Pledge of Allegiance. Lucas, you're the one with a flag there. How about you lead us?
All right. Hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
of the United States of America
And to the
And
republic.
to the republic
for
For
which
which
it
it
stands,
for which it stands,
One nation.
One nation.
one nation,
Under God.
under God,
Indivisible.
with liberty and liberty and justice for all. Yeah. Got the classic Italian high five.
Why do we
All
have
right.
two pictures? We have two pictures of Chair Quillisi, but two pictures of Susan.
Really?
I only have one. Oh, no, you're right. I just got two for a second there. Now it just went.
Yes, I saw that
Oh,
too.
there's an
Now there's two
extra.
of me. Yeah.
Oh, well.
That is.
May I make a request?
Okay.
May I make a request?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, could we have John Trent introduce himself, or maybe he already did while I was gone?
No,
No, not yet.
We're just starting the meeting.
Okay.
And I do want to officially welcome John Trent, our newest planning commissioner. And I wonder, John, if you would like to tell us a little bit about yourself, a brief background, and why you wanted to be on the planning commission.
Yeah, great question. Well, let's see. I was born in Northern California, raised in Ojai. My family's been here since the early 80s. And I graduated from Nordhoff. My family was very involved in the community. So I'm good friends with a lot of people in the area. My mom she was vice president of Chase Bank here in Ojai for a long time, before it was Washington Mutual, and Chase took it over. She helped Sherry Skinner start the Ojai Community Bank. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Sherry.
Mhm.
So anyway, I'm good friends with that family, and just going through the years. And then I left Ojai, went to Santa Barbara, went to UCSB, went down to LA, started my career. And then my wife and I wanted to raise our kids in an area where it was suitable for families, and we decided that Ojai was the best place to be. And so we moved back up here with our immediate families, and I have just seen, some of the things I've seen in Ojai have, I don't want to say concerned me, but I just want to keep that family feel and that the community vibe of Ojai alive and strong. I don't want to see it turn into something that it's not. And I just would love to see more small families move into the area.
Can you say a word
Okay.
about your traffic calming experience when you were in?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I first bought a house in Ventura. We had an issue on Thompson. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Thompson and Ocean.
Oh,
So we
yeah.
lived on Ocean. And anyway, people would bypass Thompson and they would run down Ocean Avenue all the time. And so I petitioned all of my neighbors, and we got together and we started a committee to put in some traffic calming devices. And so we worked with the city of Ventura, and we were able to put speed humps along Ocean Avenue to slow down the traffic and to help mitigate things. And it really helped because we added parking where there was no parking before. And we really slowed things down and made it suitable for the residents to live there.
Terrific.
May I add one thing? His mother-in-law is Colleen McDougall.
Correct.
That's really why I picked him. Plus, he was recommended by Bob Daddy.
Yes, I work as a consultant for State Farm. I've been doing it for about 13 years now, and I've been working with Bob forever. He's a great guy. He's a great guy.
Thank you.
Well known
Yeah.
to all of us. Yes.
Well known. Yes, his heart is in a good place. Sometimes his communication style is a little rough, but other than that, he's a great guy.
He's watching right now. I know.
I know he is. I know he is.
I'll call you.
Love him to death. He's a good dude.
Excellent. Okay. Moving down the agenda, we have public communications. Lucas or Sherry, did we receive any communications from the public?
We've received none.
Okay. No email, no voice.
Correct.
Okay. Then we will move on to the consent item, the minutes of the regular meeting of the Planning Commission, July 1st, 2020. Any questions for staff or any corrections to the minutes from any of our commissioners, please?
None that I saw.
Okay. Oh, by the way, John, there will be a vote to approve or not approve the minutes. You need to abstain. You weren't here.
Got it.
Well,
Okay.
I'll go ahead and, excuse me, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we adopt.
All right.
For the July 1st, 2020 Ojai Planning Commission meeting.
Second.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Kathy Lottis, second. Good. Any discussion? Sherry, could we have a roll call, please?
Oh, she's on mute.
Quillisi,
There she goes.
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
Lottis,
Yes.
Trent.
So I
Abstain.
abstain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Next is disclosure of site visits and ex parte contacts. Since we have no sites and cases before us tonight, we can skip that. Next is our discussion item, the review of a draft ordinance text amendment for changes to Title 10. Could we hear from Lucas, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair Quillisi. The item we have before us tonight is in fact a discussion item for Title 10 in terms of some errata, and it's going to be ongoing errata. I would even call it a ballooning errata that's going to be taking place here over the next few meetings as we continue to put this package together for public hearing, which will then eventually move forward to City Council for City Council consideration. This is, and I think I've said this in meetings previous, but it's probably meant more for the newer commissioner that's seated now. This is really kind of the foundation that the commission has come forward with in working with staff to build a Title 10 that is that's up to date and has information in it that is correct and accurate. Some of the errata that we're looking at is just out of date in terms of references to government code sections. Some of it is from a revision standpoint, provides for easy understandability and easy reference points within the Title 10 itself. So what we have before us tonight, we've actually reviewed it previous to this, but I have put it into a draft ordinance for discussion, not for voting purposes, but really for discussion purposes. And in addition to that, I know I received some comments, several in fact, from Chair Quillisi regarding the merits of some revisions to the draft ordinance. So what I've actually done is I've gone through, and I'm going to share my screen here in a moment. I've gone through and there we go. And highlighted those revisions in red for clarification purposes. How can I? There we go. Can everybody see that? All right, good.
Luke,
Yes.
excuse me, is this, so what you're saying is what you're showing on the screen are the additional edits that Steve Quillisi had sent in, and this is what you're sharing with us?
Correct. So
Okay,
in your
got
packet
it.
were the black and white revisions, which included strikeouts, which are the wording to be removed, and then the underline, which is the wording to be included. Within
Okay.
that, there were versions that Chair Quillisi had been going through that had not been included within this. So what I've done here is I've actually gone through this entire ordinance again and then highlighted those changes, which are different from what you had received in your packet,
Okay.
in red, so that we're seeing those revisions. So it sticks out for right now. And then I'll go back through and put it into black and white
Thank you.
for ordinance purposes.
Makes sense.
These revisions are largely the global change of adding names to titles, chapters, articles, or sections
Mm-hmm.
that we talked about a meeting or two ago.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
That generated about another 100 or so changes in Title 10,
Okay.
but I think does make it a lot more understandable for
Mhm.
the average
I
person
really-
just walking up and looking at the code.
Yeah, I
Correct.
appreciate it.
I
Yeah.
appreciate that too. I think it's really helpful to do that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And sometimes you have to go through a couple times.
Mhm.
You know, you do draft 1, draft 2, and hopefully done by draft 2, but sometimes even a third one to
Yeah.
catch everything. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, that
And-
helps.
And just to go over,
I'm sorry to report we're as high as Rev 8 on some of this
Well,
stuff.
I should have, yeah, that's realistic, I'm sure.
and I
Thank
think that
you.
we'll be going
Thank
higher
you.
as well as we move along.
Yeah.
Every
It's
time
all
that
good.
every time that we begin to look at some of these code sections, I would say actually all these code sections currently,
Yeah,
we find ourselves catching additional necessary revisions. And consistency. Remember, what we're looking at here are a couple things. One is ensuring that if it says article, if it identifies an article in there, we're wanting to include before that the title and chapter, and then the article that applies to that, if that is the intent of what they have there. In addition to that, I think this was at the last meeting that we had, including the wordage for that article, so it gives some context and some understanding to where it's pointing to somewhere else within the code, rather than just blindly identifying a title, chapter, and article. That helps, I think, in terms of understandability and clarity, in terms of how each of these chapters and articles speak to each other.
wonderful.
Right. A person just looking at a particular section will see the names of referenced articles or sections there, so that they at least have a sense of what the section they're reading is talking about. And then if they want more information, they can pick a topic that's of interest and go directly to the section.
Yep. And with this one,
Yep.
with this ordinance that we're looking at here, when I went through it, it was the formatting I was trying to make sure was consistent throughout. So with each section that talks about a text amendment, it's consistent with, if it's new language or wording, then we're underlining it. If it's language that's currently or wording that's within the code itself that is no longer either out of date with government code, or maybe it's an incorrect reference, or just the wording of that sentence, the structure of that sentence needs to be reworked. You're seeing strike through for those areas to be removed, and then the underlying for the revision to that either section or sentence or paragraph, whatever that happens to be. So you're seeing a consistent, so for instance, section 4 for text amendment, having that underlying and then struck through, and then identifying the chapter and article. I haven't identified the title simply because we all know this is Title 10 that we're making revisions to. And on top of that, section 10 is referenced above, or section 10.1.05 is referenced above here with Title 10. So that's the format that I'm seeing moving forward. I will have to admit, moving items from one Word document to another, where we were using, what's the word I'm looking for? Track changes, and then moving that over into a Word document where I was assuming that the track changes would carry over. They were not. So I had to go back through and actually hand go through this
Ooh,
by
that's-
hand. So it proved to
Yeah.
be very, very, very time consuming. So I'm looking at other ways, and I'm sure I'll be working with IT to figure out a more efficient way to do that, because that to me is,
Yeah,
it
you
felt
should
very,
be able to move them,
felt
right?
very archaic, I'll have to admit.
Yeah.
And I felt like I was doing double duty here. So I'm looking at employing a much more efficient process moving forward here. So with that being said, so in previous meetings, we've just been going through each of the sections. I'd like to do that here tonight, but focus, unless there's questions as we're going through these sections, focus on those areas that have been highlighted in red.
Okay.
For tonight's purposes. And obviously this is an open discussion, so.
Sure. I do have one question, Lucas, that I think may help the entire commission. What do you see as the protocol from here forward? What you're showing us on screen right now looks like a resolution of the Planning Commission recommending a text amendment. Is that correct?
So
That's
this is
the right
actually,
form?
this is in a rough draft ordinance format currently.
Okay.
I mean, the commission will be taking an action through a resolution, and that resolution will have this ordinance as a part of the exhibit to it. So that's the format moving forward. This isn't necessarily operating as a resolution. This is operating as a draft ordinance. That's the intent. Similar to what we had done with the animal keeping ordinance we took forward and worked on over the course of either 4 or 5 meetings at the beginning of this year. So I think this is obviously a much larger beast than what we had done with the animal keeping ordinance, but the format is relatively the same in terms of but here I think with the animal ordinance, it was a brand new chapter. Here, we're actually going in and making specific revisions throughout the code.
All right. The next step in this, presuming that we all concur in all of these changes, is then we'll have a public hearing with the consideration and vote on a resolution to recommend to the City Council.
Yes, and that is anticipated for August 5th. So the plan is to include, now I should also reference and make the commission aware of this. Not all of the sections that we have discussed up to this point are in this document. They will be, and there will likely be additional items to discuss and have reviewed at the public hearing on August 5th. But for the purposes of what we're looking at here, you're seeing probably 80 to 85% of those sections that we've gone through thus far, molded and melded into this draft that we see here.
The draft ordinance format. Okay.
Yep. It'll be cleaned up more. I mean, obviously, we want this to be as perfect as we can get it. So that's kind of the reason why I'm seeing a need for us to see it in this draft form, really kind of let it breathe, and then take it for public hearing. So it's kind of a 2-step process here. Well, there'll be more steps in this, but I'm seeing a 2-step process in terms of getting an ordinance before you for discussion, and then taking a resolution with that ordinance as a part of an exhibit to it.
Okay.
All right.
Commissioner Lottis, you had a question?
Yeah, it was actually, it's a sort of a general question, because with this draft ordinance tonight, what it helped me see as just a global comment is there really is a fair amount of inconsistency in the format, including fonts, how we handle, where they have section A, B, C, D, or section, subsections 1, 2, 3, and the spacing, and whether it's italicized, and also the same font. And that kind of cleanup where you choose a style a style format. I mean, that's kind of basic to getting it published, but is there staff manpower to go through and kind of and clean that up? Because I personally, that to me, that helps with readability as well. In some of these areas, I think it's kind of an important step to take, but I don't know. It's again, it's another time-consuming change to go through there and make everything the same format.
Yeah, and actually,
over the weekend and Monday, Lucas and I discussed both the issue of fonts and spacing, and let's go through what's on the screen now and see if any of that remains to be questioned.
right.
Oh, okay.
And just so you know, the font that we're using is Times New Roman. So for whatever reason, even when I've converted it over, it changed to like Calibri or something, some other sort of font. So it was a matter of going back and double checking to make sure that font is the Times New Roman.
Okay. Did that happen with just the creation of this draft ordinance? Is that what you're saying?
Moving it over, for some reason it was going to that default.
Okay.
So
Okay.
there may be instances in here that is still true, and if there are, I need some eagle eyes here catching it and pointing them and
I
pointing.
don't know if I'm going to catch it on this screen. I like the hard copy right in front of me, and then I can be very thorough.
Amen.
So
Yeah, I'm a little bit better that way too.
Yeah,
But
I'm
we'll do our
happy
best.
to. I'm happy to come in. Well, I don't know. Is City Hall open or closed now?
City Hall is closed to the physical.
It's
but
closed
open,
again. Yeah.
Open
Well,
to.
I'd be happy to lend an editing hand on that if you need another eye. But-
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perhaps Lucas, you could, when we're done this evening, you could just email this batch here, attachment A, to the commissioners in case there's anything that we find.
Okay.
I don't know, it's going to be a couple of megs anyway, I would expect. There's just over 30 different changes in here.
Yeah, I think it's small enough to email out though.
Okay.
Be
Lucas,
okay.
just a question. So tonight, while we're going through this revised one that you've got on the screen, let's just say we discover something that needs to be modified or changed or added. Will you be inserting that right now? Is it going to be an active document? And then that's what you would send out to the commissioners to review? Or in other words, we wouldn't know what the changes are if there are any tonight. Or you're just going to go back and mark it up and then send it to us?
Well, we can certainly make those changes now. I can go in
Okay.
and show a red line or a version with the strikeouts and the underline as well. If we're
Okay,
seeing
so
stuff,
this is a Word document you're showing
it
us.
isn't a word. I did
So
that
you could-
on purpose.
Yeah. So
you could track changes and all markup, yeah.
But
Right.
at this point, I don't want to do track changes. It's going to be, I'm not going to do track changes. It's going to be
Yeah.
underlining, physically underlining,
highlighting or
physically crossing them out.
color
Yeah,
coding, okay.
striking them out.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
But the only problem is, so on my screen, what I'm seeing, I see 1, 2, 4, 5 little Zoom squares. You know, some have people in them, and they're on the right side of my screen, but it's covering up part of the page. I can't see all the way across the page.
Mine as well.
Do you want me to
Yeah, I
make this smaller?
I have those pictures along the right edge, but they're not blocking any part of the document.
Oh, it's probably because I have a laptop. I have a smallish.
I'm on my small
okay.
laptop too.
I
And that-
wonder-
Yeah, okay.
Let's see.
If you
Yeah,
guys
I'm on a
hover over
desktop
the-
with a 27-inch screen, so.
Oh, nice, Steve.
I'm on a laptop and I can see everything.
If you guys hover over all the pictures, up at the top, you'll see one line, one fat line, 2 lines. Hit the single line and it'll collapse all the pictures.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go.
Huh.
Okay.
And then when we want to see each other again,
Oh,
can we get it back up pretty easily?
Yeah.
hit one of those other things, I guess, right?
Yeah, you
Okay, I
just hit
just
one of the
did.
other boxes.
Oh, thank you.
Perfect. All right.
Yeah,
is it-
thanks.
Excellent.
That does it.
I've got.
Yeah.
I can make this
Yeah.
larger too. Maybe I'll do that. Make it a little bit bigger.
Just zoom it. There you go.
Oh, that's nice too. Yeah.
So Luca,
All right.
just to make sure,
All right.
I am clear and I understand. Are you looking for font edits and style changes? Is that primarily what we're looking for? Or are we looking for content?
It's the errata here. So it's the title, chapter, article. It's the title of that specific article.
Okay.
If we've missed some of those in here as we're scrolling through, be on the lookout for that. In addition to that, and as we scroll through, you'll see this. There are government code sections that we reference in here, and we've
Right.
shown those areas either being struck out. And in addition to that, there was incorrect references to other chapters and other articles that have been since revised. I will have to admit, Chair Colsey and I have gone through this a couple different times in reviewing this, and we feel like we've caught everything, but there's nothing wrong with having more eyes on it. And
Gotcha.
We
So you-
won't be surprised if there are still things that need to be changed.
yeah, I mean, even the other day, we were talking it through, and then we noticed inconsistencies that rolled over to another Rev 2 to Rev 3 or something like that. So
Got it.
we're constantly catching things.
So the best thing we can do is go through the document, look for the references, look up the references, make sure that they're existing, and to make sure that the edits are correct. Is that
Correct.
looking for?
Any of these
That-
red lines.
That's what Lucas and I have been doing, but yes,
Gotcha. And you just want us to
another
double-
pair of eyes would be
Yeah.
always welcome.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
Perfect.
Okay, so we'll start from the beginning here. With the
Got to have the whereases in there.
Yep. I'll be
All the
beefing up the
recitals,
whereases. This was kind of a boilerplate for the whereases that we're seeing here. There will be additional whereases, but for right now, this is what they're looking like. I'll put a little bit more history into it and give a little bit more flavor for this first of many code revisions that'll be going forward. So keep
So we
that.
expect to see August 5th in that blank space there.
Yes. Here.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, right.
All right, so moving up to Chapter 1, Section 10-1.04, Powers and Duties. There are really minor revisions here. This is the section that's removing the redevelopment plan. Any sort of reference to redevelopment agency, as we all know, the redevelopment agency dissolved in 2011, 2012. With Governor Brown's order to basically remove and essentially, for lack of a better word, dissolve that agency that was really kind of in all the cities throughout California. So that's being removed, as well as the project area, because with no redevelopment agency, there's no redevelopment project area. So those have been removed. Any sort of reference to that is out. In addition to that, we talked about this at the last meeting. The inclusion of conditional use permit requests, variances, concept reviews, design review permits, those have been included, as well as the correct reference to the Conservation and Planning Act, which is the CA Gov 65006. That is the correct reference. Previous to that, it just said of the state, which seemed odd. You're thumbing around trying to figure out where it's at. So we've included that here as well.
I just one minor thing. I would take out the request for conditional use permits and design review permits, because you're just listing the type of
Right.
permit that we're looking at.
Oh, so you're saying this word here?
I would just say conditional use permits, variances, concept reviews, design review permits.
Right.
Oh,
because we had
Permits,
requests a couple of
permits plural.
it doesn't even need to be plural. I mean,
Well, read the sentence. Did you all things?
Well, we should
It might
we
read
should
better
make
with plural, I don't know.
them all either singular or plural, I think.
Yeah.
I think they need to be
To be
plural if we
consistent.
read
Oh, yeah,
start the
One or
sentence.
the other.
I think it needs to be plural.
I think it reads better if it's plural.
Yeah, with an S.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Design and review permits and tree permits. Great.
Yeah, that's
Yep,
consistent.
that looks good.
It's good.
All right, moving on to section 3, which includes section 10-1.05, which is incurring of indebtedness is prohibited. So here, once again, it's the removal of the redevelopment agency as it no longer exists in those sections, and that's it for that section of the code. Actually, I just noticed an inconsistency here. Section 4, which is 10-1, which actually should be 10-2,
2.05. Yep.
Ooh, good catch.
105. That's funny. I just looked at this last night. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so
And you're going to change that, you got to change the one in section 3 too. Did you do? You change section 4. Section 3 has the same thing.
well, this one is actually correct.
10
Oh, that's
1.
correct. All right, never mind then.
Yeah, that's the
Yep.
that's
Yep.
the confusing piece. If you just
Good.
look at it, it looks. But this one is consistent with applicability of zoning regulations.
Oh,
here.
I see. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, there's no articles under chapter 1. Under chapter 2 there are. That's why you get bigger numbers.
Yep. All right, so this one, where are our revisions? Let's see.
Oh, adding names. Yeah.
Yep, this is errata. This is the title, chapter, article, and then providing the correct title for where it's referencing itself to. Time limits, extensions. Those I did not have in here before. These are now in red. I'll convert those over to black and white after this meeting. But I wanted those
I
to stick
see
out.
that we need a space either after chapter 3 or before subdivision regulations.
Where is chapter?
You can see
over here.
right there. Yeah. Either put a space there or put it in front of the parentheses. We need one somewhere. There you go.
All right, we've got a space now. All right, good deal.
Can I ask, so for example, we have, can you scroll back up just a bit? Okay, so for C, so the subsections, we've got A, B, C, D, E, and we have italics there in the first sentence. It's, kind of the subject of it, and it continues with subsections 1 and 2. So is that, for example, is that the desired format that you're thinking we would do?
Yeah, so here's the interesting thing. When this ends up going off to and to be published,
Codifiers, yeah.
it will be in their format. It will be the standard format. The numbering will not. The numbering is our numbering. But in terms of how it's formatted,
Which sections and subsections are italic or bold or whatever you mean?
yeah, that's on us as well. So if we're italicizing, that is on us in terms of.
Yes, that's what I thought, yeah. So
Okay.
I just noticed that that's something that's not consistent throughout, anyway.
Right, with the numbers, yeah.
That whether it's italicized or not, and are we going to do it for A, B, C, D, E, and 1 and 2? So, this looks nice. I like it. It makes it easy to kind of scroll down and go. Oh yeah, this is what I want. Project with pending applications, and then you read that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
anyway, I like that. format,
I
but then-
personally find, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, no, it's okay, Steve. Anyway, I like this. To me, it makes it easy to read and find things quickly.
Sure. Yeah, no, I agree with it as
personally, I find it easier when we have different levels of indent for the different subsections.
Yes.
But again,
Right.
that may not be the style book for whoever puts the code together. I don't know.
So
That's
who
the-
does,
See, I would-
decides the indentation, Lucas?
Say it again.
Who decides on indentation? Because I agree with Chair Quillisi.
Yeah, and I do too.
Like
Yeah.
and later on, the ones and the twos are indented.
Mm-hmm.
For example.
Right. So the indentations are not handled through us. It's the content and the font that we're looking at here.
Okay.
That formatting in terms of indenting, if you're looking at, for instance, little e here, subsection E, and then the one that then precedes that would be, if I recall correctly, I'm trying to think of the code, that would be indented to show that it's below, but still within the subset of, for instance, effects of zoning regulations.
Okay, I noticed the state doesn't do it that way. The state is doing it like this, where everything is left justified, and it does make it harder for me to read because sometimes you'll catch what looks like a subsection number or letter that actually is just in the middle of the text of something, but it happened to fall right at the left edge, and so you think maybe that's the start of a new subsection.
Yep. Ease of readability.
I don't know if there's anything we can do about that.
Yeah, ease of readability regarding government code sections for the state is lacking, I would say, anytime that you're reading.
Amen.
It's not
Amen.
provide for ease. I think I'll have to go back and look. I don't want to pull up I don't want to go away from the screen.
No, not
now,
right.
But I'm
Not
pretty
Okay,
sure
well,
that
Lucas and I will take a look at this and try to make it more consistent in terms of not just the numbers, but the fonts, whether they're italic or bold. And we'll have everything in Times New Roman, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay.
You might want to close up under 2. You've got or, and then there's a space. You want to.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a gap.
If you, there you go. I usually when I'm editing things, and I used to edit books when I was in graduate school too, I click up on that little paragraph symbol up in the upper lines, and that shows where all the spaces are.
Good point.
And where the
Right.
where the carriage returns are.
Yeah.
That always made it easier for me to see what I was doing. If there was a double space between words, it would show up. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, so we'll take a look at this, at fonts and numbering one more time through this before August 5th.
All right. So getting back to the wording here, it's all these red lines that we're seeing here are and it looks like I need a space here. Are the revisions and providing that consistency that we had talked about in previous meetings in terms of if it's Title 10, Chapter 3, then we have the subdivision regulations. That's the title for that chapter.
Yeah.
Also, one of the other global changes was to remove, as you can see there, the phrase of the municipal code, because we're in the municipal code. Secondly, there will be places where we have referenced state law as amended from time to time, and the phrase from time to time is eliminated globally per advice from the city attorney. And also the phrase including but not limited to, we have shortened to including. Once again, attorneys' advice to us is that the but not limited to part is understood and not required to be printed.
Yep.
That's correct.
So some of the other global changes that you'll see as we go through here.
Good.
All right, moving on to Section 5, text amendment. This one was inconsistent, and I had to bring them both into consistency with what it was speaking to. Here I was showing 10.2.105 when in fact it was, and it
That was
is.
just a carryover from the previous, yeah.
Yep. 10.2.404. So here we have the residential zoning district general development standards. And in here, this looks like a lot of red, but really what it is it's references to those articles, because it identifies articles 8 through 17. So we're identifying each of those articles and giving them the proper name as a reference.
Yep.
You see that here. Then we scroll down. We once again included setback measurements and exceptions for 10.2.804. And then, let's see.
You hear my phone, I'm sorry, I can't figure out how to turn it off. Sorry.
No worries. Minimum setbacks. And we have the same thing here again for 10.2.804. Setback measurement and exceptions as the title. And then we included accessory dwelling units here for 10.2.1709.
Okay, wait a minute. Now I can't find my way back. Ugh. I have to go out and come back in again. I can't see anything.
We can see you.
Gosh, I don't know how
Did you
to
minimize it? You may have minimized.
No, I can't see
For the document?
the document. Gosh darn it.
James Hahn, can you do anything from your end, or should we just pause a moment, let Commissioner Lottis
Sorry, I don't
sign
see-
out and sign back in?
I see I can see picture. Oh, wait a minute. Let me see if I can. No, that's not, I'm clicking on the screen with the, it's tiny. Why can I not?
If you see a tiny screen, you should be able to hover over it, and in the bottom right-hand side, you'll see an expand.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, I'm expand. Okay, somehow I see. Okay, I'm getting it. Sorry about that. Okay.
All right, section 6.
Moving on to section 6, zoning map, which is 10-2.202. And then here it's just an incorrect reference, not a carryover, but I don't know why some of this I was doing late at night, so it looked like a 5 looked like a 2 apparently. But we have the
Lucas,
zoning.
what page are you on? Pardon me, what page are you on?
This is 5 of 53, which would be in the
Okay, 5 of
packet.
51. Okay, that's good. I just thought it seemed like my screen may have frozen. I didn't see you scrolling down, so, okay.
Yeah. It's big text, section 6. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's good. I'm in the right place.
Okay, perfect.
And the section numbers changed partway through, but so the actual final section number, I think, is 39, Lucas.
Oh, is that what the total number of sections are that we're at now? It's 39? Okay.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Gosh, I cannot see this.
Okay, so moving on. Actually, the only real change that we see for this section is the inclusion of or alley within this. And then we did talk about
Yeah,
about the
yeah.
A
See
zoning.
there, the zoning of new annexations, I guess, should be in italics.
Well, it should. Okay, so then the question is should
Yeah.
Should all of these be
Yep.
in italics?
That should all be in italics, right?
Okay. Hold on.
I might have to check out too. I think my screen is, I haven't seen you advance the pages for a while. And I'm not sure if I'm having an issue either. I didn't touch anything, but for some reason my computer may be frozen. I mean, I can hear you fine. I just, the document has not changed, the sheet.
Mm-hmm.
Also, my document is like 1/4 of my screen. Can I go out and come back in again too, James?
Yeah,
I'm
no,
wondering if I should do the
that's
same
fine.
thing because mine hasn't advanced.
Hmm.
The document hasn't.
okay.
I don't know what.
We could do it at the same time so we're not shut down.
I have to figure out how to leave.
Are we okay to do that right now?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave and then I'm gonna log back in. Okay.
Oh my gosh, how do
And,
I?
yeah, Lucas, I will go through these and check that italicizing of subsection titles and roll the rev numbers for you if you want.
I think that's fair. I think that's fine. I'm noticing that that's
At
even
least we'll be consistent in the versions of each of the section documents that we have.
like, for instance, even this next section that we're looking at
Right.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever there's a title followed by a short title followed by a period, that has at least up in the first couple that we looked at, that was italicized.
I don't know that that's carried throughout, though. I think that's the
Yeah,
challenge
that
that
seems odd.
anyway.
But I think it's only for the first level of subsection.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, most of them probably don't even have titles.
Yeah, I'm kind of noticing that. I wonder if that's the trend throughout. Hmm.
And we do have a lot of short sections that don't even have subsections, so
Right.
it's not quite as tedious a task as it might sound.
Yeah, and like, for example, reconstruction of destroyed use and structures, A, B, C. So 1 and 2 are a subsection of C, right? And they're just explaining
Right.
what that reconstruction is.
Correct.
1, 2, 3, and 4 are subsections, but they
Yeah.
don't have titles. Yeah.
Right, because they're just descriptions of reconstruction of destroyed use and structures. They're just describing what C is.
Right.
Yeah,
So they're not
exactly.
necessarily, they
And
don't
then-
need titles.
Right. And actually below those Arabic numbered subsections, then we have, I think, capitalized letter subsections, and below that, lowercase Roman numerals.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
It gets quite nested in places.
Now, is there a standard
I'm wondering
format?
what the double underline is.
Is there a standard format for using, numeric versus numeral identifiers like the A, B, and the C, and the 1 and the 2?
I think that is a standard format that may well be beyond our control, but from what I've seen, the code is pretty consistent in that.
Okay, just checking.
But it's something to check every time.
Yeah, it's things that you don't necessarily think about until you're looking at it like we are right now. They're just kind of like lost.
You
in the
read
shuffle.
over it and see what you want to see, not what's there necessarily.
Right.
Yeah, thank you for putting in the italics here on this page that we're looking at. That's exactly the kind of thing I noticed this time around. I just have one question going back to page 5. I'm sorry, I was missing
What
that.
is the section number or the code or the code section number?
It's the table 2-3. And there's a reference to, there's a note. You might have corrected it. The note, did you correct note 0 for that really means 10, note 10?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, here.
Okay, that's been.
0 is 10, 1 is 11. Yes.
I do have a question though, because the reference to note 10 is included in the side yard setback. So under setbacks, there's front, and then there's side, which references note 4, but then it also references note 10.
Oh.
And I'm not sure
Okay.
why wouldn't that be?
Back
note
up
10
in the
should be-
table, Lucas.
Note 10 should be just under height, I think. Or maybe there's a reason for that.
Side being 4, which
No.
is here.
Sides. Yeah.
This one here.
Well, what's the column head up there that the 12 foot for access?
So you need 12 feet on one side with 5 foot on the other. Is that correct on your?
Yeah, I think 10 should not be there. Because 10 refers to height, and
Right,
it's referenced 3 lines below.
right. And if you put, and 10 is included in height limit, so yeah. Anyway,
Steve,
Good
hi,
catch.
Kathy Nolan here. I don't know what happened to my laptop. It completely froze. I could not get it to work. So I'm on my desktop, but it doesn't have a camera, so you won't be able to see me, and I'm on my phone. But if you could just tell me what page you're on, I'll try to get caught up.
So
Okay.
We're
Lucas,
on-
you'll do that.
yeah, we're on page 5 of 51.
Okay.
That's where we're at right now.
Okay, you're
Can-
still on
can you
page
s-
5. Okay.
Can you see us? We just can't. We can't see you
I
right
see you, but it's because my desktop doesn't have a camera on it.
now. Okay. but you
Nor
can-
does it have a microphone. I'm just doing it. I have my phone on speaker. I'm going to try and
Great.
get my laptop back up. I have no idea what happened, but it's like locked, and I've done Control Alt Delete and everything else. Can't get it to unfreeze. So, is that okay that you can't see me? I mean, ideally, you should.
Sure.
Be able to.
we can
Okay.
hear you.
Yes, we
Okay.
can hear you.
But I'm here.
And you can see this.
Thank
You
you.
can see the screen, so I think we're good.
As long as you can see the screen and we can hear you, that'll suffice. Yep.
Perfect. I'm here. Okay.
All right, so that was a good catch. Vice Chair Nolan, I don't know if you heard, but on the table, Commissioner Lottis had noted that for the side setback, there's this note 10, which really references height and not the side. So we've since we're looking to remove that for inconsistency purposes.
Oh, I see. Yeah, 'cause I looked at the reference.
Yep.
And I think the reference for 10 down below says 0 instead of 10.
Yep. So if you look at, I made that as a correction as well. So
Yeah.
that's now
Okay,
got
good.
10 and 11 there
All
correctly.
right, so I did a strike on that.
Okay,
Agreed.
great.
All right. So moving on to section 6, zoning map. Just a correction to that reference to zoning map. And then, like I was saying before, or alley is included with this as
Mhm.
well.
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
And that's the only correction for that section. Moving on to section 7, we have 10-2.304, exceptions from land use permit requirements. And here, it's actually we're looking to make that revision from land use, which is a part of that land use table. I think it's tables 2-4, 2-6, 2-2 of those tables. And we're looking to change that from land use to allowed use. So that
Yeah.
Should we, Lucas, should we delete the word land in the line above that as well?
So I was thinking about that when I looked at it. I think it was last night or the night before. So it's allowable land uses and zone specific standards. Allowable uses. I guess it would make sense that we do that. That would be a consistent global change, because the nexus there was land use is more of a reference to the general plan land use map versus the allowed use characteristics that we're looking at within the municipal code. All right.
Oh, and allowable should be allowed as well. Yeah, okay.
So I'm going to make that change here. And then we're saying this would be allowed.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I wonder that zone specific being double underlined. Does Mr. Gates think that should be hyphenated, or I wonder what the significance of that is?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the double underline means. It doesn't give me any sort of like a clue.
Well, when you click on the paragraph sign up above, that goes away just like everything else does.
Oh, no, it stays.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
I don't know.
Okay.
It must be an Apple thing.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
All right, moving on here.
Well, I do have a question. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I think it was just, let me read here. Okay. So we're saying reconstruction of number C, reconstruction of destroyed uses and structures may be reestablished provided legally established, compliance and with all codes, uses compatible. And then it says receives, and I don't know what this means really. It receives an approved design review permit unless exempt, but we're talking about, this is a list of exemptions. So I didn't get number 4.
Is it a list of exemptions? Let me see here.
Yeah, at the top.
Oh, yeah. 10-2.304 is the exemptions.
So I don't know why we're saying it.
Okay.
Well,
If it already is exempt, why are we saying it's double?
exemptions from land use permit requirements. So would a reconstruction of a destroyed use require design review in some circumstances? I don't know.
That's a good catch. Where would we find a rule that says something is exempt other than in this section already?
Would it depend on the zoning? In other words, if it was a single family zoning, maybe it wouldn't, but what if it was in commercial?
Commercial.
Right, as opposed to like a 2-story house, but let's just say it's
Or
a
it's
building.
2-story, yeah.
In the commercial district, in that case, if you rehabilitated it, you would have to come before and have a design review permit.
Yeah.
That's a good catch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're not even saying that the reconstruction would have to be replacement of basically an in-kind replacement. If it was an in-kind replacement, I could see where maybe it would be exempt from design review, but maybe not. So it's a little confusing. I don't know if you need to kind of think about that, but I wasn't sure. about that.
Probably should. Yeah. I've made a note of it. 102304
Okay,
C4.
okay.
As of high.
Yeah. Question mark.
Hold on. Okay. All right, that's a good catch. Those are the kind of things that we're going to do a deeper dive into as we look at these chapters
Yeah,
later on and
Okay.
and sections and articles later on.
got it.
But it's good to make note of them now so that we don't have to discover them again.
Absolutely.
Right.
We'll already have a map.
Our roadmap. Okay. Moving on to section 8, which is 10-2.502, purposes of commercial and manufacturing zoning districts. Here we've got some, and actually we talked about this at the last meeting, the strike-throughs that are getting rid of the max FAR or floor area ratio, which really lives within the general plan typically, and
Right.
not necessarily something that's in here, unless it's specifically referenced as an FAR point of reference, which I don't think we have within our municipal code.
Now, there is a subsequent table in the code that lists zones and FARs.
Okay.
So it doesn't need to be, this is just defining the zones and their purposes. Yeah.
Right, right.
That was a good catch by Commissioner Lottis the last time through.
Right. Lot coverage, right. And then the 50%. Article 20. So we ended up getting rid of this entire section here.
Yeah.
Because it's already referenced in another area.
Right.
All right.
That's good.
Complementary is correctly used. And then FAR again. Okay. Moving on to section 9, 10-2.503, commercial and manufacturing district land uses and permit requirements.
Now, do we change that land uses to allowed uses again?
I think we do.
Yeah. Yeah, we need another space. No, that's right. Okay.
I think we're
That's
okay. It's confused.
And
Yeah,
do we
it's
need to do
confused by the
same
spelling.
title as well, like we did on the last one?
Say it again.
Would we go up
Oh,
to
yeah.
the title where it says zoning districts, allowable land uses? Would we do the same thing?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
One thing to keep in mind here is that when you get into the code itself, the only thing that you see as a predecessor to the text of this section 10.2.503 is that last thing that says section 10.2.503. That other stuff is for context in reading the text amendment. Those things don't appear every time there's a new section in the code.
Right. It's just for the ordinance here that we're,
But it's just for the ordinance. That's a good idea. Yes.
Yep. Okay.
And so 10.2.303, that title should change as well. Allowed uses.
303 or 503?
No,
we're on 503.
It's in the red correction you have down on the next page.
Oh, okay.
Do we change that? No, you've passed it now. It's above the table.
Keep going.
Above the table. There you go. 102-303.
Mhm.
We should be changing the title, I guess, of 102-303. Yep.
Right? Okay.
Yep.
Here we've relocated in this section two notes that hadn't previously existed, 2 and 6, removed note 5 here.
This is just a simple comment, but at the top of the table, 2-4, there's a dash line for use not allowed. I mean, this is very minor, but don't we want to fill this in like we do it on all the other charts or tables?
Yeah, that didn't appear to transfer over when I moved this over. That's interesting.
Oh, okay.
I didn't notice
Yeah.
that until right now.
But just for consistency, yeah. I mean, if you did one for now, that's fine. But
Yeah, and just to, I know you told us this the last time, Lucas, but these use tables are all per existing. It's all the existing. It doesn't have any of the changes that the commission has talked about.
Correct. That will be at a later date, and certainly
Right.
we will be diving
that's good to know.
more into that.
I wondered about that too. I went, hey, didn't we change that?
Yep.
Yeah, and all of those are actually centered rather than left justified. So we can,
But you can do it later if you want.
yeah,
Yeah.
Audit.
yeah.
Let me just get these over
Yeah.
here for now.
Yeah, the technology has clearly gotten in the way here.
Yeah, that's. Oh, geez.
This is John. I apologize. I wanted to go back to the section 10-2.303. And I don't know if I just am not reading this correctly, but I couldn't find section 2-303.
In terms of just above here?
Yeah, where it says reference it.
It may not be one of those modified in this batch.
Okay. I just want to make sure there is at section
Yeah.
10-2.303. I just can't find
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah, if you could get 2 pages on your screen, if you have a big screen, you can put up 2 pages and 2 different sessions. You could carry along a copy of the municipal code at the same time.
Yeah, I have it up online and I'm trying to find it here too, but there's nothing under chapter 2 zoning regulations online. It's only got, let's see, zoning district.
Are you looking under chapter title 10, chapter 2, and then it would be article, I think it's article 3.
And I just discovered an error that we made, Lucas.
Okay.
These 3 that refer to recycling
I found
facilities in the right-hand column, it's not Article 10-2.15. It is Section 10-2.15. It's not Title 10, Chapter 2, Article 10-2.15. The article is...
Oh, okay. Hold on, I'll get caught up to that.
It's Section 10-2.15, I think.
Does anybody have can anybody look that up real quick? Because I want to make sure that that's correct before we make that change.
What are you looking at? The 3.303 or the?
Yeah, it's
This is
2.15.
10-2.15 exactly.
10-2.
That I think is, maybe that is an article. But then it should be Article 15.
It does say
not
article.
Article 10-2.15.
It's article.
Yeah, I think it's Article 15.
Article 15, recycling facilities. Yeah.
Right.
So are you telling me that we should do this with it?
Right.
Hmm.
And take out the period.
Ah,
That's what those three should look like. Sorry for the error, folks.
That's, Steve, these are so many. It's you've done fantastically. So.
that's why we've got several eyes on it. Okay, this looks
There you go.
space there, space here. Okay.
There. Now it looks logical. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Oh, same problem here.
Yep.
Oops.
Now that one's done right.
Well, that one is correct.
Except there should be a leading paren after the Article 21, before home. Yeah. There you go.
Also, John.
Yep.
Yeah, that section 10-2.303.
I found it.
You found it. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I get really, I get back in that if I'm looking at like 10.15, I'm looking, okay, the
Right.
330 has got to be behind it, and it's not. It's up at the front.
Yeah, exactly. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not sequential. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you.
And we have under guest house and under second residential unit, we're missing the titles over in the section titles over in that right-hand column. I think that's in a newer version of this document.
Over here.
Yeah. Remember, we were putting in section names. I don't remember what 1705. I guess. The title of 1705 is guest houses, and the title of 1709 under where it says second residential unit, that title is accessory dwelling units.
Oh, right. Yep. Yep.
I think it's plural, guest houses.
Does anybody have a code
I-
handy? Double check that.
Oh, it's the code section says guest house, I think. I just
singular?
looked at it.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Then I did it wrong. It should be singular.
Let me double check. I was just there. Oh, no, it's plural. Guest houses.
It is plural. Okay, good.
Okay.
And 1709 is accessory dwelling units.
Yep.
Second residential unit, accessory. Okay. What's going on here?
There you go. Oh,
There.
there's one more line, units.
There we go.
And is that 1709, is that plural or singular?
That's also plural.
Okay.
Okay. Great.
Thank you. Why it does this break? Just nervous that if we take this away, it's going to the pagination.
Those section breaks drive you crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to mess with it right now.
No, don't.
Right. Right. And there's your 1706. That
Oh, here we go again.
I believe that's called motor vehicle sales. 1706. Can somebody check that?
I'm looking, motor vehicle sales, yes.
Oh, motor, yeah.
Hmm.
There you go.
Hold on, I need to underline here. I need to go back up and underline as well. Let's see the other one. Here we go. All right. Moving along here. Huh. He's little. That is so strange. It does it on some of them, not on others. I don't know. Okay.
There's a bunch more. We have it in a subsequent revision of this document.
I think seeing all these, I'm actually going to do this offline.
Just type them in. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's. I'm just making a note here. Page 14.
Easier to make the corrections within this attachment A than to try to import things again.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That's true. Okay.
All of those.
Include. Sorry, I'm just writing some
Yep.
notes here.
And I don't know if it matters, but the online version has the dashes.
Yep. Yeah, for some reason when it converted over, some of those dashes on some of these charts remained. I didn't even catch that when I was looking at this before, and then some of them didn't. So we'll include those dashes. All right.
The reason that you see, by the way, John, the reason that you see the repeated column heads and such, this table runs over a few pages in the code.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, I'm accessing it online, and it's much more consumable. It's the font and everything is a lot more consistent in the way it's structured.
It's just old there. Yeah.
It's just old. Yeah.
All right. So.
Yeah.
The
Note
notes.
1, we need a title after Article 36. That's definitions of specialized terms and phrases.
For allowed, okay. Oops.
Another backside of the parens there, yeah.
There you go. Article. C should be conducted with an enclosed structure.
And note 2, there's a title there. Article 20 is design review permits. Kind of pathetic that I've seen these so many times now that one,
Committed to
but
memory.
it's plural, permits. Yep. Oh, I see, yeah.
Got that one here. Is there a space? Yeah, there's a space over here. All right, moving on to section 10, which is section 10-2.504, commercial manufacturing district general development standards. And again, we're looking at allowed. So we'll cross this out.
When you did that, the double underline appeared under zone specific.
Here?
Mr. Gates has some, when you struck through allowable land, the double underline appeared under zone specific. When you put in allowed, it disappeared.
Huh.
That's some deep brain problem in Word, I think.
Yeah, it's back there again.
Oh, there it is, back again now.
I think zone specific is supposed to be. It thinks it's supposed to be hyphenated, and I don't. It doesn't
Yeah.
have to be.
Oh, that's probably
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I'm not listening to it, so I'm not going to do it.
yeah. Mr. Gates has his own set of grammar.
So there.
And now here we have first level subsections that do not have titles. So we're not italicizing anything.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's
Right.
Yeah, okay. But here, the second level subsections are in fact indented.
Right.
Now, I will have to admit that that's something when I brought this over, it did that, and I didn't bother to revise it. I just left it as it was. The more I changed it, the more it tended to not want to
Yeah.
do what I wanted it to do. So I was like, I'm not going to touch it.
It fights you all the way.
Yeah, I'll fudge with it going into the next meeting as we see it as a draft. But just know that I just left it as it was.
Yeah.
Okay. I
it's
notice also
really
that what
sub-
we're going through here is all left and right justified, but not everything is both left and right justified.
Yeah, it will be justified for the next meeting.
The online code is all left and right justified. John, you have that up on
Yeah, do you have that
now?
up?
I don't. I am trying to find where we're at right now online, and it's just being a little.
Well, just pick any part of the code.
It's
Yeah.
left in this section, it's left justified, but not right. But,
In the online code, you mean?
oh, no, in the hard copy of the zoning code.
Oh, okay.
So I guess
In
I
the
don't know,
packet.
that may not, I don't
Yeah.
know how that translates to the
So it is
online.
left justified on the online, but the code, the publisher is the one who usually formats it once we give them the actual code.
Okay.
Right. Thank you.
But subsection 4 could probably use a little help with the indentation there. With the first sentence, it says following. It should go back up and somehow the first 5 sentences, there we go. Thank you.
There you go.
Huh.
Yeah.
There we go. Just crossing my fingers on that one.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see. What page are we on here?
Yeah, that and minimum is something we discussed a couple of meetings back.
Yep.
Maximum and minimum.
Yeah.
All right. And then here we've got appearing in table 2-5. We got rid of without limitation here. Existing non-conforming buildings, non-conforming uses, structures, parcels.
Yeah, notice the article names are all leading caps. The section names just have a single leading cap. The code is pretty consistent about that.
Okay.
I see what you say. Okay.
All right. Moving on to table 2-5. Let's see.
That setbacks line is, yeah, a little hard to read.
There we go.
There.
Is that better?
Perfect. Yep. Oh, and then that one needs to be expanded.
Huh. It's not. It's not letting me.
Won't let you.
Yeah.
Maybe if you pull up above setbacks, looks like you've got a little space. Maybe you can pull that up and then get a little more space at the very bottom. Not yet. I'm looking at above setbacks, Lucas.
Oh, here?
Next there. Oh, you just went by it. That line you were just at.
This one here or this one here?
Bottom edge of max density, yeah. Looks like you could pull that up a little. Oh.
Why am I not? It's not letting me fudge with this.
I think if you go over to the far left on the scroll on the the scale, the scale over there on the left, far left.
Oh,
On the far left side of the page, all the way over. See
Here?
that little gray tab right there? I think you can move that down just a bit. There you go.
yeah.
There we go.
Ah.
Oh, thanks. I was learning all
Oh,
these.
now you got something else in the column just to the left of where we were trying to make space there. It says Title 10, Chapter 2, comma, so there's more text there.
Here?
No, below. Same column, just
Oh.
below, right there.
You're right. Whoops.
Jumps. It's going to jump.
It's going to jump.
Let's
to
put
a
it on the
different
next page.
Oh,
Oh, there
okay.
is.
Fix it up.
If you
Oh,
see-
there you go.
It's
Okay.
right here. I think we're still okay. It's.
The pagination will be fixed by the publisher.
Yeah.
Spelling, yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
And right there, to the right, next column over, there's more titles.
Try this again.
Ah.
Pretty interesting.
Huh. What just happened there? Oh, it's here.
Yeah, what we've been doing is putting the name after 504 and then comma subsection B2 and B3.
So this one is title, chapter, and then we have loading
Yeah,
standards.
it should be titled Chapter 2, Article 14, Parking and Loading Standards,
There's something in here. Hold on.
just like in the column to the left. There you go.
Something else here too. It looks.
I think I earned my keep for the day.
I think you did there.
That little left-hand
Commissioner Trent.
thing
Little
right
trick.
there, John, that's, yeah, a new trick. Teaching a couple old dogs here.
Right.
An old word editor. Gotta love it.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, okay.
We need to include those, and actually, it would be included here.
Yes, it would. Yeah, title and then comma subsection B2 and B3.
page is
Um,
this?
When we get done tonight, if you will send me this Word document, I'll make these changes that we're noting.
Okay. Because I'm noticing this is on page 16 of 51 in the packet. However, it is page 19 of 54 on the Word document.
Yeah, okay. Yep, okay.
All right.
Do you need the title of 2.504? Or do you already have it?
Well, we'll find it again to edit this document
Oh, I think
as
it's
we go.
Commercial and Manufacturing District General Development Standards. Is that it?
And that means this is table 2.6, right? No, this is 2.4. This is
It's 2.5.
no, it's 2.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. See, it should look like the first line on this page
That is a long title.
with the nable of 10.2.504 and then the subsection.
Okay.
We'll get there.
All right. Section, application, subsection. All right, moving on to section 11. Text amendment 10-2.602, purpose of special purpose zoning districts. Here we have the removal of as indicated on the zoning map. The references previous to this statement are not on the zoning map and should not be on the zoning map. I think that was the only revision for that.
Yep, that was the only thing there, I think. Yep.
Then we have subsection 10-2.604, special purpose districts general development standards.
Yep.
Here, a lot of those revisions are again adding titles to the inclusion of a title, chapter, article throughout.
And I see we're back to the font that we're using.
Yeah, there's that font that's popping up here again. You're right.
The font is there and the indent is there.
Yeah.
But we know that's going to get handled.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure what our plan is for the indent of the first level subsections. I thought they were right out to the left edge.
But didn't we say that
But-
the person who formats it would be handling all that?
Does the publisher handle the indents? I guess that's our question. Yeah. Probably.
And I think counsel was just saying, legal counsel was just saying that yes, that's true.
That's
Nikhil,
Okay.
Can
We
you
have-
can you confirm that?
Yeah, we have to show them where when we give them the documents that are sent to the code publisher, they'll do it. And then you can see the indents more clearly because on the online version of the code, it opens everything in a separate page. So every section has its own page. Or you can view it all together, but the default is when you click it open, so it'll be automatically indented on a white background.
Okay.
Okay.
And I still think we should not capitalize specific plan because we're talking about general specific plans.
Right. Not as.
Oh yeah, that's right. We did talk about this last time.
Yeah, we did last time. Yep.
It's like a zoning ordinance. It's like a tract map.
But it's kind of a general catch-all to
Yeah.
specific, but not a
Not a specific plan.
exactly.
So here's I think globally we've made that revision to capitalize specific plan throughout.
It doesn't make sense though. But
Okay.
I agree with that it should be lowercase. But maybe technically, and that's the way you do it. But it doesn't make sense to have it capitalized.
Okay. All right,
Unless there's some reason.
we can roll that back. I guess
And
my
maybe some-
my only thought with that is when you think of just the English language, you're thinking about the different types of wording and how you would capitalize or not capitalize as you're using it. Here, with a specific plan, it gives it more emphasis. It's not a specific plan, but the phrase specific plan carries weight. And in something like this, like with a zoning district, carries weight. Maybe not necessarily in a word.
Do we capitalize zoning districts throughout the code?
Well, right in the same instance, if you look
Three
sentences up.
paragraphs there it does, yeah.
Where
So yeah, that's
yeah.
a good point.
Where is it? Within, but that's specific. It's within the SP zoning district. That's like saying that's within the R1 zoning district. That is a zoning, that is the name of a specific zoning district. But
Yeah, no,
like
that's a good
specific
point.
plan, like if I put general plan in there, I wouldn't capitalize that either because it's not, unless you're referring to the city of Ojai general plan, then you would capitalize it.
Yeah, I think the only thing is it's really a choice. It's a choice that we have.
Yeah,
with something like this. So you're right. It is a choice. I mean, would you?
As long as
typically
you're
do it?
consistent. I mean, I think I said this last time. I'm not going to fall on my petard over this, but I don't think we're not capitalizing anything else like track map, conditional use permit.
Right.
Well, no,
I
I
thought
think
we
we
were.
are. We are
Okay.
capitalizing conditional use permit and variance in the very beginning of what we were looking at here. Variance, conditional use permit, those were all capitalized.
Design review permits, there's all capitalized.
Yeah, those were all
Okay, well, in
capitalized.
that case,
Okay,
then you're
okay.
consistent.
If that's our format style, okay.
Quick
All right.
question,
All right.
and forgive me if I'm not familiar with it, but is there an actual specific plan? Is that a document? Is that something that's
There's more than one, John.
Oh, okay.
Yes, there's, I believe, two.
We have two.
I think the
Okay.
city has
Would
two:
it
the
be
Bryant area specific plan and the Maricopa.
Would it be
specific
possible
plan.
to list the title of that specific plan? Because I'm just thinking as a reader, if I'm reading this and it says in compliance with the standards provided in the applicable adopted specific plan, I'm thinking, what specific plan? I have no idea. Is there a
Right.
specific
We
plan?
could put it.
Like
We could put an EG in there and list a couple that we have. There's Bryant area, is it called?
Bryant area specific
Maricopa?
plan and the Maricopa. Here's the
Does this
SP
apply to
zoning
both of them?
district. By zoning district, is it listed in here?
It's just saying that if there is an adopted specific plan that's applicable to a certain area, that the development and land uses would have to be in compliance with that specific plan. That's what that's saying. It's a general.
Yeah.
It's a general statement about the way specific plans work as a general entity, but it's not
Okay.
referring to any specific plan.
Right.
Maybe it's just the
Yeah.
way it's worded, but it's confusing because as a reader, I want to know like, well, what specific plan are you talking about?
Gotcha. Yeah.
Right. And if I was reading this document and I didn't know and I was hunting for information, I would probably do a search for a specific plan.
Exactly.
So I could find the reference that when in fact there really isn't one.
Right.
That's,
It would be
that's
very
the confusing part. And that's
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
I agree that the
A
lower
specific plan, I think, is back in the definition section, but it doesn't name the ones that exist.
No.
Right. So, and we're referring to just the generic term, but I guess so. The conundrum is: are we consistent, and do we capitalize specific plan because we're capitalizing variance and design review permit, et cetera, et cetera? And then, if somebody has a question, they're going to call the city and ask, or they're going to inquire.
Yeah.
Let it go, or do we, take it literally and use the lower case?
What if we said that the development and land uses would have to be designed, established, and maintained in compliance with the standards provided in
A.
a specific plan, if applicable?
Yeah, there you go. For
That's
example.
better. Yeah.
And then you could put EG and list the specific plan titles.
Yeah.
It'll be AN.
Yeah, because when you say the specific plan,
Yeah.
then it's-
Right. For an app, yeah. That's good.
Yeah, that's better.
Do we need
Okay.
applicable in here? In an adopted? Do we need applicable anymore?
I just
Maybe
think
we had that-
if applicable, that apply. I mean, if it's applicable, it's already adopted. So
Yeah, it seems just extra wordy.
yeah.
Revise this.
And a space. There you go.
All right.
And then so a specific
All right.
plan, so a specific plan is a thing, right? That's an actual thing. There's a definition
Yes.
for it.
It
Yes,
is
It's a
zoning tool,
special
yes.
thing in the code.
So if it's a
Yes.
title of a thing, then it should be capitalized, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's the discussion we're having.
Yeah, I'm just
Right. Yep.
just asking out loud.
No. It's a good question. And
I would think if it's a title of a thing, then it makes sense to keep it capitalized.
Yeah, it's a planning tool, just like zoning regulations are.
Yeah, that makes sense.
all right.
But I guess we are capitalizing all like zoning districts and things like that. So
Yeah, if they're titles, it makes sense. They're things.
So here, setbacks required, we've included the title once again.
Name of the section. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And then this looks like it needs to be adjusted slightly. What's going on here? There we go.
Great.
All right. Same revision here.
Yep.
For different zones. Okay. All right, moving on to section 13, which is 10-2.703, thoroughfare corridor overlay, also known as the T-C-O district.
Yeah, John, this is a strip of land on either side of the state highway as it passes through the middle of town, State Highway 150. I don't know why out through Maricopa and down 33 to the city limit is not part of that, but it doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, and we'll see that more clearly when we start going through the zoning map. in the
Yeah,
coming
that's on the, that at
months.
least is on the zoning map, I think.
Yep. Well, no, TCO is not on the current zoning map, but it needs to be.
Oh, okay.
We're working on that.
But Steve, it does mention Highway 33 and 150. If you go to B.
I see it does, yeah.
Yeah. But we do
Okay.
know that it's not on the map and needs to be updated. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Kind of a
let's see. So here we're adding, oh, and actually I'm looking at if you look at the font I think reads incorrect.
Those fonts I think are okay. That's all Times New Roman.
Hold on.
Oh, you got it. Yep. And we've got to italicize those first level subsections.
Oh, these ones here. Yep.
But not necessary to do it all right now. We can do that offline.
Okay.
I have a minor comment on 2.
Here we got a spacing thing again.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. On 2? All right.
On 2, are we on E? Where's E? Wait a minute.
E's right here.
No.
Big E or little E?
Yeah, little E.
Go up just a bit.
All right.
There you go.
No, go up a little bit more. Sorry. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. E. Okay, under development standards, go down. It's off the page here. Down.
Then you go
It talks
1A.
about 1B. 1B.
The commission
Could
may
we call,
approve.
we have the commission. I really think it should be the planning commission. Insert planning. I noticed it said
Oh, okay.
somewhere else it says
Up.
planning commission.
Up front in 10-1, it does say the Planning Commission parens the commission. But
Oh, it does. Okay. Okay.
Then you're,
yeah,
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
our attorney would say parens here and after the commission,
Right.
maybe.
That's correct. Yeah. Here and after is.
I think later there's something that talks about the planning commission. So I guess we could take out planning. We'll come up to that.
Yeah, we should.
Mm-hmm.
And it's redundant at that point.
Yep. And then here, even when we added it in, we did the director or by the commission.
Yeah. And your F, G, and H there are not properly indented.
Oh, consistent with.
Right.
Let's see if I can.
Right.
Give it the old college try here.
Now they just have different size tabs, but we can fix that. Yeah.
All right. Moving down here. $100. Okay. Getting rid of a lot of that errata, the foot
Right.
throughout.
That's good.
All right, moving on to section 14, which is subsection 10-2.704, Special Housing Overlay SPL District. And here, we've got the title. And we've gone back and fact-checked these to make sure that they are correct. As well as this one as well.
Yeah.
This guy here. Doing the title consistent and then the subsections to each of those, removing their section reference and leaving in the subsection here. This is odd right here. This is only underlining a portion of housing, and then it has shall, and then a portion of require. Can someone do a quick search of the code and see So it would be,
This is on E.
yeah, that doesn't look correct.
10704.
Do you want me to read it
Yeah.
or just verify if it's?
Yeah, it's 102704.
Is it
And then it's
10704E?
Yep.
Yep.
Oops.
I think I'm just looking at the online version, and shall require approval. It looks like that has been added. So that is probably someone's notation that they added that.
So it shall require.
Affordable housing, yeah, because it used to say affordable housing, comma, notwithstanding the underlying zone subject instead. And then they added this piece. Oh, approval of affordable housing on any property with the SPL. Hang on, let me just make
Are
sure.
you looking at the right
Yeah,
paragraph?
wait, hang on,
Paragraph
hang on.
E?
No, hang on. Make sure I'm at the right one. Okay. Affordable, yeah. So SPL, let me read it. E, permit required, development of property with an SPL designation for other than affordable housing shall require approval of the appropriate permit for the land use in the underlying zoning district.
Right, okay.
So there is no underline here.
Right, there's no underline.
Line is there.
There's no underline.
There's
Yeah.
no underline, yeah.
It's still there.
So that's an artifact of this document.
Yeah, it's not going away.
Yeah,
Okay.
it could be. Or if you go up to the underline up there at the very top, see where you've got the little fill and there's the underline comment.
Yeah.
If you highlight the housing shall require, go up to that underlying box up there.
All right.
Yeah, it's right next to the fill, right under the paragraph notation.
This guy?
Yeah. Hit that little drop down.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
The
no.
drop down allows you to pick no underline.
Yeah. So
Click on that little box now with no underline.
and if that
Just
doesn't
to
work,
the left, Lucas.
Here?
Yeah, no.
Right in
There.
between.
no, that's shading.
Oh.
Yeah, click the drop down for borders. And it should allow you to pick one without borders. Actually, it's already selected. Just go ahead and click.
Yeah, the one that's there is without borders.
Yeah, click
So
go ahead.
right,
There you go.
yeah.
Just click that.
You had your cursor on the right where you were, and just to the left where it shows 4 little boxes together with no underline.
This one?
Back up in the border area. Up. Now a little bit to the left.
All right
A little
there.
bit to the left.
Right, that box, the
Yeah.
little
Oh,
box with the
too far.
dots.
There's a
Yeah.
square with 4 sections.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
a clickable
That's-
icon.
That's a no border box.
Right.
Yeah, when I'm clicking on it though, it's not.
Oh, okay. Well,
Not getting
it's
rid of
probably
it.
Not
embedded.
removing
Then.
it. So
Yeah.
that must be from some other feature then.
Yeah, it's embedded in
Right.
there somehow.
Okay.
Huh. Odd.
Okay. Well,
When you cut and paste it out, you can paste it without any formatting. It'll give you an option, and that might fix it later.
What if I?
yeah. All
If
right.
I do this.
Yeah, just type in a new one.
Housing shall require, and then I think that's what Nicole. I think that's what you were just saying.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
you
Rid
go.
of this. Ah, it's
Oh,
still there.
look at that.
Oh,
What's it doing?
It's weird.
That is weird.
oh. Yeah. Okay. Well, you can't fight Microsoft.
Well, I don't know. I don't want this to be. Let me try something else here. That is so odd. Okay. Well,
Yeah. Well,
we'll have to play with it. I'm noting that on page 26 of 54. All right. Moving on here. Of this chapter. Density bonus.
In the table, this is just something I noticed on this go round. To me, so the table 2-10 is site designations, and on the upper left hand of the table, so we're crossing out map. We're labeling that first column sites, which is fine. I just think adding C table 2-11 is confusing, because the next table is the development standards for the sites.
Yeah, 211.
That's true. That's true.
I would just take that C table 211 out, because
Good idea. Yeah, because the same site numbers appear in that table.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was an addition, so that's easy to remove. Whoa. All right.
Now that appears to be left and right justified, because there's so much space between site and number.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
All right. Okay.
I do have a question about this. So there's a note 3 that talks about open space, and I'm sure I'm blind. I just could not find a note 3 in the table.
This is the Where's Waldo scenario here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I thought that we had seen it before.
Well, there was another table where we were looking for a note 3 or note 4 and finally found it. But you're right, I don't see it here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
It could go. This applies to all of the sites, right?
So it reads, open space for the purposes of this section include parks, recreational facilities, common gardens, green belts, at least.
So does
10.
open space occur anywhere in the table?
That's not really.
I don't see it right offhand.
No.
Maybe we can just eliminate note 3 if it doesn't refer to anything in the table. Can you scroll back up a little bit so we can see the top of the table? Okay. Well, there's nothing there that refers to underlying zoning, M1, R2, C1, PL. Open space is not there. Unless, is there more of table 211 farther down? And open space occurs there? Nope, not there.
Huh. So
it looks like a very nice note, but it doesn't look applicable to this table.
It is a nice note. Where does it belong?
yeah, it looks like it should stay somewhere. But,
Does it have to do? I wonder if it was in reference to table 2-10, or will the notes apply to both tables or just to the one? Because
I don't know. Can you scroll back up to the table above?
Applying to affordable housing or senior housing, with the requirement that you have a certain amount of open space.
Right,
and if you read the definition, that essentially could apply. But there aren't any references to the notes in that table, any of those.
No, yeah, right,
In a way,
there's not.
Good.
Yeah, there's no reference to open space in table 2-10 either.
I wonder if open space should be one of these subtitles in the left column.
I agree. I mean, it's important, and
It's important. Yeah.
maybe
It belongs.
applies across the board.
Yeah.
Global.
It definitely applies to affordable and senior housing that you would want an element of open space being one of those items
Right.
as part of the project.
Right.
I was looking at site coverage. Well, maybe not really, but it's almost a separate item. A development feature: maximum density, setback, site coverage, floor area, height limit, parking, open space requirement.
And then what would you, I agree with you in part. What would you put in the different cells in that row by zoning, or I'm sorry, by site number? What would be the open space
discussion.
Requirement there?
Yeah. That would have to be looked into a little bit further to define.
Yeah.
In other words, you'd have to go under the PL, you'd have to go in the SPL, you'd have to look under commercial, the M1. And
I'll make a note of table 211, note 3, and we can come back to it later, Lucas.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there may be somewhere else in the code that defines that, depending on what zone you're in, that you have to meet a certain percentage of lot coverage, or there may be some other indicator or factor that drives what are the volume or the area required to fulfill the open space requirement.
But it would be good to put whatever it is. It would be good to put it in this table. So even if it's somewhere else in the code.
Yeah, but so I know we're noting this for future discussion, but does it feel like it's a global comment, inclusive of all of the?
That's kind of how I read it. It sounds like it's a note.
Because if that's true, then I mean, how do we address that?
But there are no requirements for open space anywhere.
Well, it does say it wants green belts at least 10 feet wide. I don't know if that's green belts.
It's providing a development standard within the note itself, which is a little
bit. These two tables, 210 and 211, are about 7 specific sites in the city.
Right.
So does open space apply to those 7 sites?
I would think it does, because it's a housing complex that you're talking about, in which case, it's going to have an individual garden. So you're supplying or providing some sort of open space, whether it's a common garden, a park, a recreational facility, a green belt, something to that effect.
So we could have a row in the we could have a row in the table that says open space, and then in every cell in that row just say required note 3.
Just put
well,
note
maybe
3.
it does, and maybe we need to explore a little further. I do not know if there's somewhere in the code that says, if you're going to be building so many units, you're required to have a certain % of open space, or something similar. That I don't know, and maybe we don't have anything in the code, and we should.
Right.
It starts out. It starts out open space for the purposes of this section include. So it's already providing context for what open space means for the purposes of these 8 sites that we're seeing here for the SBLA overlay.
And then correct me if I'm wrong.
But wouldn't you have to find it somewhere up in the table? In other words,
you would, I think.
I would think you would too, because you'd look down there and you'd say, well, okay, so, can I put a 10 by 10 foot patch of grass, or am I putting 100 units in, or there's not any.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Open space is a development feature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And maybe it's one of those to be determined, but
I mean, maybe it's a variable, something that's just subject to each site or something, but it would be good to, whatever the requirement is, should be good to put it in this table.
So what does it mean by green? What does it mean by at least 10 feet? Are they saying that Parks,
10 foot.
recreational facilities, common gardens, green belts are all at least 10 feet?
10
No,
feet
it just
wide.
says green belt at
No.
least 10 feet wide. But he says you can do bikeways, pedestrian paths, not associated with individual dwellings. So this is like public space to be used within a housing complex that everybody
Right.
can use. Or
But then we
access.
need to figure out, is there a requirement
Yeah,
for
what's the
a
definition?
certain
How much?
percentage of open
Exactly,
space
and I
or
just don't
something?
know if we do
Don't
have
know.
it or where is it? in the
Yeah,
code.
note 3 just says what counts as open space and what does not.
Right.
Right.
But, it doesn't
But we don't
tell
have any
you
standard for open space.
exactly. And then if you go back into the table under a couple other items, like for the setbacks, it'll say like defined through design review process. For like say for setbacks,
Or it
for
has specific numbers, yeah.
right, or variable, but that's with parking, so that doesn't really count. But maybe it is determined through the design process. I guess we just need to find out where in the code open space is discussed or referenced, and then how does
Yep.
it apply in this situation. But it should be in there, I believe.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea.
Hopefully.
It's just where and how to do it. And
Yeah.
does it need more work?
Yeah. I would think a requirement on open space would be more global than in a section that talks about 7 specific parcels.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah,
Provided as a note that doesn't seem to have a home yet.
Right.
Exactly. A note to what?
Yeah. Good. That's a good catch.
that's a good catch, right? Terrific.
All right. I have noted this.
And if we find a good place to put it, we can just put note 3 reserved and take that definition and use it where it should be used.
Right.
Yep, okay.
All right. Get a space here. Chair Quilisi, are you seeing these?
Yes.
Those need to be italicized.
Yeah,
as
any
well.
any subsection that has a title will italicize the title.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Subsection G and H and I should get,
Yeah, it's actually F that's not done correctly.
Wonder if I can move it over. Don't get mad at me.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to have to go through this again with a number of the other things in mind, because the order of indents after a section number, the first level subsection is a lowercase letter. Then the second level is an Arabic number. Then the third level is a capital letter. And the fourth level is a Roman numeral, lowercase.
okay,
So we'll work that.
okay.
Okay, yeah, because I'm noticing that as just looking at it right now. That's a good point.
I'd point out that staff also can do the minor edits to, for example, making sure the orders are uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, since I'm retired and have free time, I'm trying to save the staff a little effort.
There you go.
Super
Oh,
helpful.
and there's a space after Article 18. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And John, did you say you were looking at online version of the code? Is
Yeah.
it all left and right justified?
It is left justified and indented properly. So the indentions are correct.
Left only. Okay.
Yeah, left
I just
with
opened two.
tab.
And when the code built the code publisher puts it into their template, they will as long as we give them the order A subsection 1 B C, they'll indent it as necessary to fit into their template.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Okay.
looks good on. It looks good online. It's very
Right.
It's indented
Yeah,
correctly.
clean and easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Lots of italicizing to do here. Yep.
Is the online, Commissioner Trent, is the online version have italicized? This is something that we're doing new, correct?
New.
It does not. No, you're right. It's new.
Okay.
I think it helps for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Just adding names.
I think
Here we had a font change again.
Yeah.
It's a good catch.
Something maybe.
I think your word default might be Calibri.
I think you might be right. I don't know how to change that.
Yeah.
Maybe I can talk to IT about that. All right. So, section 15. Which is 10-2.807 solid waste recyclable materials storage. Here we've got just that correct reference to the California Solid Waste Reuse Recycling Access Act, which is not 1999, but in fact 1991, and a part of the Public Resources Code. And we provided that section or sections.
Yeah.
And then we've included as amended.
I noted in the online version of the code, things like Public Resources Code are in color as though it's a link.
It is a link. It goes to the state website. It goes to the California Legislature's website code section.
Yeah.
Does it go to the
I don't know
generic
how to
code
do
section?
that, but we should be consistent about it.
Yeah. Nikhil, does it go to the specific code section that it's referencing to, or does it just go directly to the, like for instance, the public resources code or the health and safety code as a generic and not necessarily a specific reference to this code section?
It's inconsistent. In some parts of the code, it'll go straight to the government code or health and safety code section that's on point. Here, in this case, it goes just to the general table of the public resources code, and then
Just the top of the code and the and the index.
yeah, and then you'd have to go to section. You'd have to go find it in the code itself. So, I mean, I guess it should be consistent.
Yeah, that's in leginfo.legislature.ca.gov, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
the official. That's the most current version.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to section 16. We have subsection, that doesn't, it's just section. Change that.
Yeah, it should be. There you go.
10-2.808, undergrounding of utilities. So here we have Where's our revision? Oh, we added natural gas to this.
Yeah, that's right. I remember
Yep.
our discussion.
It includes the cable, television, electric, and then telecommunication lines. And we thought to ourselves, why not include natural gas? Okay. Moving on to section 17, which is not subsection, but just section. Do that again. 10-2.904, replacement housing.
I just have a comment. I think there's several places where we reference extremely low, very low, and I think in those cases we want to say extremely low, very low, low, or moderate.
Instead of
Yes.
lower. Yeah.
Yes, that is a correction that we've made in several places, but it
Yeah,
should be
yeah.
made again here.
Okay.
It was one that was just lost, I guess, in the transfer.
And I just wondered, there's these, let's see, it's A1, subsection 1, 2, and 3. It talks about conversion or demolition of a single family home as part of a redevelopment project, do you think that is that even applicable? Is that something that should be retained?
Well, RDA does not exist anymore, so redevelopment project.
I mean, if it's already happened, it's already
Then-
happened. But
Yeah. Then you should take out as part of a
Mm-hmm.
redevelopment project.
Any references to redevelopment following the repeal of the redevelopment law are redundant. And so that
Yeah.
term at now is undefined. And so,
Yeah, so we've been removing that redundancy, I guess, throughout, and I think that's true here. If we get rid of it, how does it read? The conversion, I'm just going to strike it out.
And then
here.
we'd have to strike agency, because I believe agency is referring to a redevelopment agency.
the
As
following
well.
projects are expressly exempt from the requirements of this section. It talks about, a single family home or structure demolished or destroyed as part of a redevelopment project. And I just don't think any of that's applicable.
No. But I'm not sure what the agency refers to.
The
Redevelopment.
redevelopment agency, I'm pretty sure.
it's the RDA, so which
Yeah.
which no longer exists.
Yeah.
Right.
So that should be removed. Similarly, 10-2904, I'm skipping ahead here, agency involvement, that is no longer in effect.
Mhm.
Well,
Here, it's-
okay, but A2 there, the demolition of a residential structure which has been declared to be a public nuisance, is that still
Yes,
a valid thing?
That's still valid.
Okay, so it would just be the third, the triple I.
Right.
Well, I'm wondering here, back in A1, is the conversion or demolition of a single-family home located on a single parcel of record, is that still expressly exempt? Is it just everything in A1 that comes after that should be deleted?
That's correct. So everything after the semicolon probably should be deleted because there's no agency that's providing financial assistance and no written agreement with the agency. There's a successor agency
Okay.
that's winding down, but
Yeah, but, okay.
So we're
Yes,
striking.
the city
what-
council occasionally reconvenes as the redevelopment agency successor agency, and they do little administrative tasks.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good point. I think I agree. The first part of A1
Yeah,
needs to remain.
and the same
That
thing,
should stay.
It's really just the it's just the triple I.
Is destroyed.
There,
or
from the semicolon ahead of that to the end is what should come out.
Yeah.
A little farther left,
Here.
right there. Yep. That should be strikeout.
All right, that's a good catch.
Excellent, excellent.
That's why we're looking at
This
this.
is-
And 3, I guess, is fine.
Wait, so here? Is this what you're
Yeah,
talking about?
That's fine. That's not referencing any redevelopment.
Fire, flood, and earthquake.
Oh, okay.
Developer, that's fine.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, because I remember, Lucas, that we made those corrections.
Yep.
They just got lost in the transfer.
Oh.
I just don't know what happened there in terms of the removal of that. That's
Yeah, there's another one there at the just before C reserved. Yeah.
Also, did you catch under B another extremely low, very low, lower that needs to be changed?
Yes.
To low?
this one,
You
or
got
was
that?
there
There, he
another
caught
one that
it.
you saw?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you did. I'm sorry.
Second. Yeah,
I was
second
looking
line.
on in my notebook, not in the in my packet, not the screen.
But this one's
Right.
okay, correct? Isn't that what we? Lower is a combination of extremely low, very low, and low, right?
But
That's
in the
That's correct.
Okay.
but in the parentheses, I'm sorry, I accidentally looked at my packet rather than on the screen, and on the packet there wasn't a strike, but you've already got the strike in the one under parentheses, so we're good.
Right.
I just put that
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah, that was just me not looking at the screen. So, all good.
All right.
Can you close up E under D? No space there.
Yeah, there's an empty line just above E.
Oh, here?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Got it.
there we go.
great.
But wait a minute. Okay, what about D? We've got another agency involvement. With a,
And
So-
it's about redevelopment.
D should now be reserved.
Yeah, because it's agency involvement. Yeah, that's a good point.
All right.
That's correct. All of those previous written agreements, the council acting as a successor agency, it devolved to the council, but the successor agency, per state law, does not have any land use powers. It's solely for administrative purposes.
Yep.
Yeah, basically winding it down. And so
They're winding down financial obligations of some sort.
right. And yeah, exactly. It's in some cases trying to recover money from the state,
Yep.
right.
but they no longer have any land use power. And so that should be deleted and replaced with reserve.
Yep.
All right, good one. Capitalizing affordable housing agreement,
Yep.
subsection. All right, moving on to section 18. It's not subsection, it is section 10-2.906, residential development capacity. All right, basic provisions. Residential. Okay. That's it for that one.
Yeah.
That one's pretty short.
We
and
changed
sweet.
that one because we could not either understand what inclusionary percentages were or find the term in table 4.4.
Well, there is no
That's why
4.4.
that phrase was deleted.
Right. Okay. Moving on to section 19, which is not subsection, but just section.
Yep.
10-2.908, residential development capacity. Didn't we just do that one?
No.
Can someone look up 10-2.906?
That's
I'm
residential.
looking at it right on
Yeah.
the code.
It's 908.
So
908?
908 is the
We
housing
should be-
trust fund.
What's
Yeah,
9?
906. 906 is
906 in the code.
You got it right. Section 19 text amendment is, it should be 908. Yeah.
well,
In the packet, it says 906.
906 is residential development capacity.
Yeah. I think
So
that's
you-
correct.
Yeah.
Um,
So you have everything right except for where it says residential development capacity after 908 should be housing trust fund.
Correct.
Housing trust fund.
Oh,
Okay,
that's-
thank you.
Okay.
All right. I was looking for lower on here to see if that was incorrect. We got rid of but not limited to here, which has included extremely low, very low, low, or moderate. Okay.
Yep.
All right, moving on to section 10-2.910, reasonable accommodations. Font issue here.
Yeah.
Pardon me for 1 second while I revise this.
Yep.
All right. Reasonable accommodations, 10-2.910. Here we've got the government code reference for the Fair Employment and Housing Act. Capitalized Affordable Housing Agreement.
Where it says Title 10 there should be a space between with and title.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay.
All right, moving on to section 21, which is 10-2.1105, Hillside Project Development Standards.
Are we using Calibri in the tables?
I don't think we were. I think it's been,
Just reformat it.
Yeah, that looks different than the other.
I'll also point out that Calibri is the standard font for the mobile version of the code site. So depending on what version of the site you're looking at, you're either looking at Times New Roman or Calibri.
Huh, okay.
Which?
Oh, Calibri's a little more readable on a small screen, I guess.
Yeah, so if you go to the online version, and there should be a little tab at the bottom that says View Mobile Version.
Oh.
Right.
The mobile version is in Calibri.
Huh.
Oh, I never
And
knew that.
Lucas, right on that page where you are now, the leading A in parens is still, that should be in Times New Roman, yeah.
Got it. Same thing with this. Okay.
Oh, wait. Go back up to the retaining.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought it was spelled wrong. Never mind.
Sign. All right.
There's Article 24 with a missing name. We keep finding these, yeah.
Yeah.
John, do you have Article 24 there? I can't remember what that one is.
Design review permits 20.
Yep.
It's got to be.
Maybe it's variances or something.
Variance is 26.
CUP? I think it's
Okay.
conditional use permits.
23 is.
I'm not for certain though.
Oh, it is. Sorry, it's conditional use permit.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's plural and all three words are capped
Okay.
Yeah, conditional use
because
permit.
it's an article name. It's an article name. Yep.
Mm.
Down here after Articles 2, missing the left paren on zoning map. Back up.
Where are we at here?
Right there, that line to the right. No, line above to the right after Articles 2
Ah,
should be a left parens. Yep.
is this a smaller font?
So with respect to the font, I don't think we need to necessarily worry about the font too much because ultimately the font is controlled by the code publisher. And so when they put it into their template, they're not using Word, but what they'll do is they'll put it into their HTML template, and they have a requirement that they'll change everything on the desktop version to Times New Roman, and they'll change everything on the mobile to Calibri because it is easier to look at on a phone.
Huh.
Okay.
Yeah, so we don't have to necessarily do that because they'll format everything at once.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to know. I didn't know that they went in and made those revisions.
Yeah, it's so that everything looks uniform on their end. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, moving on here.
Under 3, there's some maybe it's a formatting thing again. There's some spacing that's weird under 3.
Here, I think you're talking
That's
about.
because there's a carriage return in there.
Not letting me remove that.
But do we have to? Oh, well, I was going to say, do we need to worry about that tonight?
And
Or?
we may not. Yeah, it sounds like we don't have.
Yeah.
Based on that they're going to.
I just like it to read. to look good when it goes to council.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's an outward reflection, right?
It's like we're illiterate.
I,
Yeah.
good point.
All
The
right.
state legislature makes many mistakes as well. So
Oh, is that right?
they do.
Oh, yeah.
They need an editor.
Yeah, not everyone checks what gets published, passed by the state legislature till.
Finds it.
All right, so the next section is section 22, which is 10-2.1211, Certificate of Completion.
Yes. In your packet, it's called section 14. That's where the section number reverted.
Now, this is the way in which it's reflected in the code currently, correct? This formatting that we're seeing here? Is this what I'm...
I think so.
What do we have, section 2?
Something like it. I mean, the successive levels are,
2, 1 to 11.
oh, this one doesn't look consistent. I would have thought under D1 there, is it D1? A1. A1, and then the next level below the Arabic numbers is capital letters, and then the level below that is Roman numerals, lowercase. So this is 10-2-12-11.
Okay.
Okay.
And then moving on to section 23, which is 10-2.1221, Stormwater Management and Rainwater Retention. Oh, this is including the correct reference. Previous, currently it has Regional Water Quality Control Board, but we've included Los Angeles Regional Water and then put the acronym within there.
Yeah.
85th.
That's one that bedevils the sewer board too.
Right. Okay. Moving on to section 24. Did I just do 24? Was that?
No, you just
No,
did 23.
Okay. Section
10-2-1407.
and disabled handicapped parking requirements. This one's short and sweet. We removed an incorrect reference and put in a correct reference to the International Building Code, IBC, as amended.
Right. The UBC was the correct reference when this thing was written, but that was
Changed.
superseded by the IBC some years ago.
Can somebody look online to see if that 1106 of the International Building Code, IBC, as amended, if that is new? Isn't that new? Or is that an existing? Just looking.
No, that 1106 and following words there is what was put in place of what you have strikeout.
So this is underlined.
That should be underlined, yeah, right to the
As
comma.
amended, right? Okay.
Fine, yes, right, no doubt.
Okay.
The original code says 1129B, which it's been updated.
Right.
Since. Yeah.
1129B is out of the old code, which has been superseded.
Right. The Uniform Building Code has been replaced. Right. So any references to that? Yeah.
Perfect.
All right. Moving on to section 25, which is section 10-2.1713 formula business establishments. We got some correct references to that here as it relates to the rest of it.
This is 2203?
Business is under parking.
No,
Gotcha. Got it.
14. Which paragraph is this?
What are you looking for?
The code section.
Oh, it's
1713.
10-2-1713.
I don't see 1713 in my copy of the packet. I go from 1407 on page 42 to 2203 on page 44.
But is it because you're striking 1407 and that's incorrect and it should be 1713?
I don't have 1713 either.
But
Yeah, okay. Well, I think you got it right now.
Hold on, let me look at the packet here as well.
because you have a strike on the 1407 and then you've got it at 1713. So I think that's the correction. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying neither one of those was in my packet.
Neither one is correct. Okay.
So on page 42.
1407 was the previous thing, but then the next one after 1407. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I got it.
42 of 51 has the 1713. The incorrect reference was.
That's the 1713. Okay.
Yeah, when it
right.
went into
Got it.
1407.
Formula business.
Got it. Okay. Yep.
Oh,
Okay. Scrolling down.
All right. Yep, got that section name in. Okay.
I see. 13.
There you got a space between paragraphs again. Just ahead of C, applicability.
Got it.
Great. Yep.
Getting rid of but not limited to. Not limited to, but not limited to. Okay. All right. Moving on to section 26, which was 18, and that is section 10-2.2203.
Application. Yeah.
Application.
Okay. And we added temporary use permit in there because that's what this article's about.
Yep. And then section 10-1805 is application filing.
Yep.
So moving on to section 27, which was 19, subsection 10-2.2301, purpose of article. And then in here we have
Article 23 name. Yep.
spacing. Okay. That's it for that section. Moving on to section 28, which was 20. That is section 10-2.2311, modification of planned development permits. It's a pretty short section. terms of the changes.
Yep, just put in the names.
Yep, plug and play here. Moving on to section 29, which was 21. And it looks like I have oh, it's just it's because it's Title 10, Chapter 6, Residential Growth Management Plan. And here it is the asterisks that was modified and included Residential Growth Management Plan, residential included with
Oh,
it.
that was the note at the bottom of each of these things that says what ordinances created and amended this section.
Yep. An incorrect section reference here, and then
additional information.
Yep.
Yeah.
For other amendments. And then, here we're back again, section 10-7.302, appropriate zoning. 302. Acts is actually R. That's
Yeah.
it for that.
This is one we're going to come back to later because it refers to a CR zone, which I think is probably VMU, but we don't know right now. We have to go research that.
Oh, that's right.
I think we talked about this before. It might be like commercial/residential, meaning the.
Which is what VMU is, yeah.
I remember us talking about that, I think at our last meeting or the one before.
Yep.
It
Yep.
came up. Yeah.
Yep. Hold that for a larger discussion.
Right.
Yeah.
10-7.303, and that is development standards. The reference to timeshare facility regulations as a title. We got rid of architectural, which is carryover. We no longer have an architectural commission anymore. Order here.
Yeah, and that was Title 10, Chapter 2, not Title 9.
Title 9, yeah. And it had chapter
Sign requirements are in Title 10.
Yep, okay, that's a correct reference for signs. And then, once again, getting rid of architectural here. All right. Moving on to section 10-7.304, conversions to timeshare uses. Here we're getting rid of architectural commission. I think that's it.
That's all there, I think, yeah.
Section 33, which is 10-7.401, which was section 25, required notice. Architectural commission removed once again. Architectural commission still remains. Let me ask a question. I think this is what we were talking about earlier. Planning? Aren't we already identifying that it's the commission?
That's right.
Oh,
Yeah, I guess we are.
right, yeah, it should be, right.
Just the commission.
Read this commission.
Yeah.
Just reads commission,
Because we said
right?
at the beginning it says planning commission, and then from there on out, commission.
Yeah, hereafter we put it in there. So any references to commission should be this commission only,
Right, got it.
unless otherwise identified, like historical preservation or parks and Rec.
Right.
I have to remember that. When it goes
Say there was one other spot that I saw it when I was looking at this.
There.
Here.
through. Ooh, good. Yeah.
Is there one more? I think that's it.
First paragraph.
There it is, yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Man.
Required notice. Where
So
were we at here?
401, we just finished.
So we were on appeals. 10-9.309 appeals.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
Oh, there, just that one word.
yep. Null versus
Annual to null.
annual, yes.
That was a good catch. Two different meanings.
So section 35, which was 27, which is revising 10-13.01, establishment, purpose, and use of in lieu parking facilities fee. Strike out article, including.
There were some names in there, and then down in C, Title 10, it used to say Article 10, Chapter 9, which is incorrect. It should be Title 10, Chapter 9. Yeah.
Okay. And that's the impact fees. That's the correct
Right. Yeah.
title there. Okay. Section 36, which is 10-13.02 definitions. Point 13. Okay, that's correct. Section in this chapter, it's not just the section. If we just do the section, then we're kind of not really going anywhere.
Yeah. If
All
the
right.
definitions are only good in the definitions section, they're not much good anywhere.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got names of sections.
Got that covered.
Oh, and that last line there, last line of subparagraph C, that's the table name. Okay, right. Yep.
Oh, I see. Yes.
But that's not what we've been doing up to now, and it's in there twice. What we have been doing is putting the article name in, and then not putting the table name in.
right.
What do you think, commissioners? How should we do that?
Yep, I know we had that discussion last time, and I agree, we said we weren't going to put the table name, I believe.
We were. So if we refer specifically to a table, we put the table name in
Okay.
instead of putting the article name, comma, table number.
Oh, I was trying to remember
I
what
like
we
the
did
way
last.
you're showing it
It came
there.
up, same topic.
I think it's useful to put the table name in because
Agreed.
we're drilling farther and farther down into the text.
As long as it has a title, I think it makes sense
Yeah,
as
I'm
long
not
as the
opposed to
title.
the title. It makes working through the document a lot easier.
Yeah.
I was just trying to remember, didn't we bring this up last meeting or the meeting before?
We may have, but there's some
I just
items
didn't
above what we've been through
Yeah.
that require this change then. Take
Maybe
out
just
the
go
article
back
name,
on
put in
other
the table
tables
name.
If it's referenced, and just so that we're consistent.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so I can get rid of this. Does anybody have on hand the name of? So it's Title 10, Chapter 2, Article 14. Handy.
Article 14 is parking and loading standards.
Oh, very good. Steve.
I've seen it too many times, and loading is capitalized.
Yep. Okay. Same is true for down here.
Oh wait, I must have gone too far. I think.
All right.
I bet you did coding in another life. All the people that I know that write software can backspace as quickly as they can forward space, as fast as they can type.
It's like breathing.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to section 37, which was 29. We're looking at 10-13.03, relationship between the off-street parking facilities fees, use, and commercial development. And reasonable relationship. Yeah.
And there's that table name again, twice.
Okay, here, we can fix that. Was it parking and loading standards?
Yes.
All right. Same thing is true here.
Yep.
All right. Section 38, which was 30, referencing 10-13.04, relationship between the need for off-street parking facilities, fees, use, and commercial development.
That's what the title of 1303 was shown as.
Need for parking.
Somebody have the code up? John, do you have the code up? Can you look up
I think
10-13.03 and 04?
Yeah, give me just a second.
Sure.
it's kind of, okay, so looking at 13.03, it says relationship between the off-street parking facilities fee, and this one says between the need and the one above that says,
relationship and need.
yeah, it is. It's almost the exact same title with a slight twist.
The need for. Oh, so need for is stuck in there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
Here we've got.
And there's that
So in the
table name again.
in the actual online version, just so we're clear, the parking and loading standards is Article 14.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, it's 10 dash. Well, it's chapter. Wait a second. What did Nikhil? What did you just say?
Yeah. It's Article 14 of Chapter 2. We're now talking about Chapter 13.
So if we go,
If you scroll back up to where we had that table name,
yep.
there we go. Title 10, Chapter 2, Article 14.
Right. So just if anyone,
Yep.
I was just correcting so no one was confused that we were on. We're back up a chapter.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Now that parking and loading standards needs to go in the next section.
Okay.
The end of C and also the nearly the end of D. Yep. Yeah, when it's it gets really jumpy when you have it left and right justified.
As I'm typing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does, Jim.
I think this is the last section. We have reached the end.
That is the last section.
Payment of fee, section 10-13.06. All right. Number of parking. Oh, wait. Do we need to do loading?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Parking and loading.
Oops.
There you go. Parking and loading standards. And then take out the table 3.5 title. Right there, yeah.
All right.
Got it.
I think the same thing is true here, too.
Yeah. There was somewhere where we had a reference to 10-13.07, but I guess it's not right here. And I see in the last line, we should have 10.2.2009, a name in there, comma, subsection D.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And I don't remember what that name is. John, do you have 10.2.2009 there?
Yeah, let me look it up here.
Isn't that design review permits? But the subsection 9.
No. Article 20 is design review permits. I don't remember what the section name is.
It's findings and decisions.
Ah, okay. And decision singular.
Yeah.
And then comma subsection. Yeah.
Decision is lowercase.
Decision is lowercase.
Oh, that's right, because it's a section name, right?
Yeah.
You guys are quicker than I am. Good job.
And back there, decision is lowercase, right? Because it's a section name. Wow. Okay.
All right.
And we do have more things we have to do, but if you will send me this, Lucas, I'll work through it.
Lucas, click
I've made-
save.
Yes.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Absolutely. Jeez.
Right there.
That's an accomplishment tonight.
Super.
Thank you.
John, you can see what we're doing. It's boring but important.
No, it's good. Yeah, good stuff. I just wish I was more familiar with it. I'll get there.
You'll get there because we're going to be doing this for a while
Yeah.
on different pieces.
Very good.
Excellent. Well, let's move on to item 3 on the agenda, and that is director's exemption from Planning Commission review, appeal process and appeal section in Title 10. I think, Lucas, this was to be a explanation/training section.
Yeah, so what I'm going to once again share my screen. So we're going to be seeing, I put together a fairly simple and straightforward PowerPoint so that we have some context. And it's going to have really 3 different sections. I know I included 2 with this packet, which were the Director's Exemption Policy 6.4, as well as Title 10, Chapter 2, Article 30, which is appeals. In addition to this presentation that I'm going to pull up here in a second, it's going to include Title 1, Chapter 4, which is really kind of the general appeal process. For the purpose of what the commission would see in terms of appeals, really a bulk, if not 95 or percent or potentially higher, would be living within the appeal section, which is Title 10, Chapter 2, Article 30. So anyway, let me pull up and do a shared screen here. Hold on. Oops. What did I just do here? Share screen again. Close this out.
That was the last one. Ooh, how do you do that?
Click of the mouse there. So let's do slideshow.
A genie in a bottle.
All right.
I'm impressed. I've never seen that before.
Oh, what? Oh, are you not seeing the screen right now?
What I see on the screen is the tail end of the last document, the errata revisions, but it looks like it's being sucked into a tornado that's down in the lower right corner of the screen.
How do we?
Is that just me?
No, I see that too.
That's what I'm seeing.
I
as well.
see it.
Okay.
I see
Chair,
it.
that was a great definite description.
Yes.
Yeah, it's ready to twist and take off.
Well, I lived through the tornado of 1977 in Wichita Falls, Texas. I lived in Dallas at the time. It was like a half-mile wide vacuum cleaner that went through town. All it left behind was streets and curbs and driveways and slabs.
Wow.
The place was immaculate. Anyway, great. Yep.
You have to go to the basement, or did you go to a bathroom?
Oh, this was in Wichita Falls, about 75 miles away.
Oh,
But I was working for Collins Radio, and we sent them some HF radios, shortwave radios up there, so that they would have 4 telephone lines in town. Everything else was gone.
Wow.
Okay.
The 4 telephone lines talked back to us in Dallas, and we got back into the network.
Wow.
Okay. So I could tell you tornado stories all day long, living in the Midwest. Okay, so what we have here in terms of, I have a short presentation here, and it's going to cover those 3 appeal processes generally. I'd like to just give the presentation, walk it through, and then open it up for discussion. I know the bulk of it is going to be discussion, but I just wanted to kind of give some context and framework to the discussion. I know that there was an agenda packet and there were attachments that went along with that agenda packet. But just this just kind of gets the conversation started, if you will. So in terms of what we're looking at here, there's the director's exemption, there's the appeal process, and then there's the general appeal process, which kind of starts off this whole discussion. While it wasn't included within the packet, this is really kind of the general component of that from an appeal standpoint. It includes Title 1 of Chapter 4 of the Ojai Municipal Code, and it provides parameters for appeal to City Council. There's written notice of the appeal filed with the City Clerk within 14 days, but it's no later than 30 days after the date of such action, so it's within that action period. The hearing is set by the City Clerk for the general appeal process that then goes before the City Council, and then notice is given to the applicant not less than 5 days prior to such hearing date. The California Code or of the Civil Procedures, which is Section 1094.6, establishes time limits for jurisdictional review of the decision of a local agency, and then a petition filed no later than the 90th day following the decision date, and that's the legal component of that.
And
beyond.
that's a petition filed in the municipal court or this superior court.
Beyond, so that would be beyond the city council.
That's beyond the city council, right? That's the litigation, yeah.
Correct. And then appeal of a city council as an individual versus as a whole, that may be done as an individual council member, but by doing that, the council person is prohibited from voting on the appeal. Instead, they act as a willing participant of the general public. Doing it as an appeal to the city council as a whole, it would require 2 council members appealing the matter for determination discussion.
In that case, then they would both have to recuse themselves?
No, not in this case, because they would be acting as two members of the council, and they would still be voting members, calling the item up.
Just asking to agendize the item, you mean?
That's correct. Sorry, Lucas, if I could just jump in here. They would not be asked to. They would not have to recuse as long as they didn't make any statements for or against the appeal.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But they can vote for or against. Yeah.
I am totally confused here because I thought what was that policy that was presented in terms of the reasons why that appeal on Boku wasn't accepted? It was a policy from the policy handbooks. I'm
policy 6-4, yeah.
Which we'll be getting to. Let me finish the presentation and then we'll go through it.
Because I'm not following this at all. I'm like, what?
Lucas, if I could just add one more thing to the last slide. The important thing to point out here is that this is the general appeals process that applies to all city actions.
Okay.
But what the thing to remember is that the very first words of section 1-4.01 say except as otherwise specifically provided in this code. And so what Lucas is going to go into next is what the appeals process is for zoning code appeals. So this just happens to be at the front of the code, and it's the general appeals process that every city has almost the same process, but specific appeals are handled differently, which is what he's going to do next.
Okay, but what were you talking about? There's something that's covering the appeal to that would be an appeal to a court. Was there?
Yes. So after the city council, any decision by the city council following hearing is subject to judicial review. If you get a CUP denied, if you get a permit denied, after you've exhausted your appeals at the city level, you have the right to petition a court for a writ of mandate, but you must exhaust your appeals at the city level.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on. So that's Title I, Chapter 4. Here we're looking at now shifting gears to what was included, which is Title 10, Chapter 2, Article 30, the appeals. Within the appeals section, which is in the title we've been working through, it provides parameters for the appeals of the determinations by department staff or the director or the decisions of the director or the commission. So really any determination or decision that's rendered either by staff or by the director or by the commission is potentially appealable. Obviously, there's a right of order in terms of what we're looking at here. So going through the commission appeals, and then I have council appeals. Going through the commission appeals, any determination or decision rendered by the director is appealable to the commission. And then the planning commission decisions may also be appealed, and that would then go to city council. The planning commission may appeal department staff or director determinations by an affirmative vote of a majority of its members. And if an affirmative vote of the majority of PC in terms of what we're talking about for that specific matter, then the matter is set for hearing. So it's really kind of a three-step process: putting the item on the agenda, a vote of the majority, and then scheduling that item for a subsequent meeting. Council appeals. So a member of City Council may request to discuss any decision rendered by department staff, director, or the commission, and an affirmative vote of a majority of its members is required to appeal the department staff's determination or director's or commission's decision. So again, and then finishing this off here, if an affirmative vote of a majority of the council is heard, then the matter is set for hearing, and that's done by the city clerk. Council decisions shall be final upon adoption of a resolution. So once again, we're looking at this three-step process: putting it on the agenda, a vote of the majority, and then if the majority votes to have it heard, then it's scheduled for a meeting.
So why was Boku not placed on the agenda for a determination by the majority whether or not to set it for hearing?
Okay, so you're asking about a DE, which I'm going to go into right now.
Oh, okay. So wait. So what did we just go over? I thought we just went over appeals.
So the director's exempt.
We just went over commission appeals, so that's not applicable here?
No, it is. It is.
Okay.
It's
All
a piece.
right.
It's a piece to this puzzle. Absolutely.
Okay.
I think we all know which item you want to talk about specifically, which is fine. So from a policy standpoint, we have a policy in place which was revised by the city manager's office, agreed to by city council in February 8th of 2019. And with this policy, it provides the teeth for really it's design review permits that are then handled at a director's exemption standpoint, and that's through section 10-2.2003 sub A B, which provides is it A B? That doesn't seem right. It provides the director shall be empowered to exempt from design review by the commission those projects which in his or her opinion are minor in nature, and the review of which by the commission would not serve to carry out the purpose of this article. Now, there's two sections within here that I want to talk about. The first is something referred to as an administrative hearing. And I'll have to, as we go through this, I'll have to admit, I have not done an administrative hearing here, but there is a process for that. And that process is for and conducted by the director for minor modifications to PC approvals, minor additions, and then minor projects which may be controversial, evidenced by public commentary. And then noticing for that is pursuant to the design review permit requirement, which is a 300-foot radius. With that, and within the policy, no legal ad is required for that. So it's just the 300-foot radius in this case.
That's notifying parcel owners whose parcels are within 300 feet of the parcel in question.
Correct. So you do a buffer around that specific parcel, and then those properties that fall within that buffer are notified. The decision is rendered by the director or may determine the matter be subject to a public hearing before PC. Appropriate findings for approval or denial to that project are required. With this administrative hearing, it is a 15-day appeal period, which is consistent also with the Title 10, Chapter 2, Article 30, which is the appeals. That is also a 15-day appeal period. So the two of them are consistent and really kind of feed off of each other. And the policy itself feeds off of that specific appeal section. Now, going
What
in,
I don't see here is the form that you have to use to appeal. Is that on another slide?
no, there is no, I didn't include that form with what we're looking at here.
Yeah.
So the other piece to that, because remember I said it was there's two aspects to this policy. The other aspect is the aspect that we have talked about previous, which is the administrative approval without hearings. And this just includes minor projects, but fits within that framework of the section 10-2.2003 sub AB, which is that directors are empowered to exempt, which I have at the top of this slide. The approval required posting to both the city website, and it requires it to be emailed to the city council and to the planning commission. And there is that.
And we do get those, yeah.
Yes, so it is posted to the website, that information, as a part of the approval. And then within the 15-day appeal period, any two members of the planning commission or any two members of the city council may request consideration of the appeal pursuant to the title chapter, article section we were just talking about previously, the appeal section. It is a two-step process. First, to vote to consider the appeal by the appealing body, and then to schedule for consideration by the appealing body. And then, so it's on the agenda, vote of the majority, and then schedule it for a meeting. So that's
actually
three-step.
the vote to consider the appeal would be by the decision-making body.
Correct.
Not
Either
the appealing body.
Whatever body has called that item up.
Whether, the commission or the council, whichever.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And that concludes my presentation. So are there
questions?
Yeah. So I let's start from the beginning. I think Commissioner Lottis, you probably have questions, and let's maybe start there.
Well, okay. Well, number one, to have a policy on the procedure for appealing, for a planning commissioner appeal, to have a policy that was never distributed to the commissioners, to have a policy that's not posted on the city's website, and I mean, it's nowhere to be found. And so that's not very good. That's not very transparent. And I think that something's got to change with that. But number two, could you explain what's really barely, you have to read this thing like 10 times. What is not very clear and understandable in just everyday language is the timing, because so could you review what the timing is in terms of, okay, there's a 15-day appeal period, and there's something about, I haven't read this in a while because I didn't have time.
I think the question is, when does the clock start on the 15-day appeal period?
Okay, yeah, let's start with that. Yeah, what's the exact time? So you make a decision, it gets posted on email to the commissioners and gets posted on the city's website. So that day starts the 15 days, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and it's 15 calendar days, it's not business days.
Correct.
Okay.
And if the day happens to fall on a Sunday, it gets rolled over to a Monday. The same thing is true for a holiday.
Or a holiday, the same, yeah.
Okay. So, okay, I'm trying to find this. So
let me just run through it again.
Okay, so the catch-22 here, and I may be totally misunderstanding this. Okay, it says in either case, the applicable body must consider the matter within the 15-day appeal period.
Right.
So what does that mean?
That means that within that 15-day appeal period, 15-day appeal period, the item would have to be called up to the commission for that either commission or council to consider the item for appeal. Remember, it's three things. It's putting it on the agenda, the vote of the majority to set the hearing, and then for that hearing to be scheduled for a subsequent meeting. So it's three
Okay,
steps.
so we have a 15-day appeal period, but yet it's not a 15-day appeal period because you don't have 15 days to put your request in that something to be appealed. You have, I don't know, what, 1 day? I'm not even sure.
You would.
I'm not even sure what that would really result in.
Well, this is kind of how I would frame it. It is a little bit
more than a little bit, I have to say.
Here's probably the way that I would look at it. So think about it from the applicant standpoint. They've got an approval. If it is appealed, then it's the time frame for considering that appeal is within that 15-day time frame. And it would require two members of the planning commission or the city council to call that matter up within that framework. It's not saying that it would be scheduled for a regular meeting. There's a very good chance and very good likelihood and more than likely true that it would end up being a special meeting that we would be calling. Nicole, help me out here. I think it requires it to be
quorum on short notice. I mean that the workability of this is beyond the beyond. I mean, I have never seen anything like this in any city I've ever had anything to do with. It's just the most convoluted piece of, I don't know, policy that's hidden in some dark corner somewhere. And I mean,
Well, let me ask a question.
Yeah, thank you.
The 15 days, Lucas.
Yes.
Is that 15 days for let's say two members of the planning commission to say we want to agendize this, or is it 15 days? It has to be on agenda of a meeting.
One or the other. If it happens to be that within that 15 days we're having a regular meeting, then it could fall within that regular meeting. If not,
but to agendize it, you have to have like a 10-day notice that it's on the agenda and be in the packet that's on the website.
Exactly.
No, you would need.
It means you do not have 15 days to file an appeal at all. It's like, I don't even know if you have a day.
No, that's not necessarily
true. That's why I think the 15 days is for the two members to say, we want to agendize this, not 15 days to have a meeting on it.
Well, when you read the language in the policy, which was hidden in some corner somewhere, it's just the most convoluted piece of appeal language. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, I'm reading the language and I'm following the rules as they read.
If I could jump in here, I mean, we're agnostic as to the policy. We enforce it as written, but if you wanted to change it, we could. This commission could ask council to put it on the agenda and change it. I'll point out that as written, section 10-23002, any interested party can appeal a director decision straight to the planning commission, as we talked about, and then from the planning commission to the council within 15 days. Now, that language assumes that there would be a special meeting that would be called if necessary. Separately, a single council member can appeal a matter straight to the council, but that would require recusal and payment of the fee also within 15 days. Or separately, any two council members could then call a matter for review within 15 days, which the council must then consider within the same original 15-day period. than if a majority votes for the council to hear the matter. So that allows for a special meeting. Now, the 15-day period, within the same original 15-day period, is the 2 council members call for review.
Or 2 commissioners.
Or 2 commissioners,
Correct.
right.
But if the 2 commissioners make that request on the 15th day, then you still have to have the meeting that same day because it's the same 15th day?
As written, I would say yes. It would require a special meeting. I mean, it would, and it is a little bit as written unwieldy.
More than a little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so with the project that I was referring to, which is just a lesson, you know, in terms of what the heck this appeal process really is like. How does it work? 2 planning commissioners did let the community development director Lucas know that they wanted to appeal it, and they appealed it before the 15th day. It was probably on the 14th, 13th, 12th. It was like about on the 11th day, maybe the 12th day. 2 planning commissioners did email the director and asked for an appeal. And we were told,
appealed it, not asked for it to be agendized for a meeting.
well, I mean,
I know. It's
when
all
I
lost
wrote
in
my
the
email,
policy
I
there.
said, let me know if there's anything further that I need to have to do to file the appeal. If I needed to reword it so that I say agendize, I would have, but I wasn't even given that opportunity. And so two planning commissioners were asking for whatever, you know, agendizing it or appealing it, whatever you want to call it. And we were told we couldn't do it because of this 15-day limitation. We were past the 15, you know, it wouldn't work. We would have had to have had a special meeting, and it wasn't just didn't work out. But anyway, I guess the point to be made is this policy is the most convoluted piece of language I have ever seen in terms of any kind of appeal. Furthermore, it's so detailed. If you're going to have a detailed policy, it damn well better appear in the city code, and so that everybody can see it and understand it. And I mean, I kind of got over it, but now I'm getting riled up again. So,
Yes.
that's my statement. And further, one other thing, I want to talk about minor use. And in the zoning code, we do have a reference about the consideration for a minor use when the director is looking at changes to approved plans. So it's not the same thing as hearing an appeal or a director exemption, but it does talk about when the director may authorize minor changes, and it says it's not minor if it results in an expansion of use, and that's exactly what happened with that project. It's an expansion of use, and it was just that is not. I would like to put that out there for future circumstances that I think if the commission has to do an interpretation or something, I don't think that an expansion of use constitutes anything minor in nature.
Okay, let's ask the attorney, because I understand your point. I think the specifics we were talking about here was adding additional electric car chargers at Boku beyond the Tesla chargers that are there. Is that right?
Plus they wanted outdoor dining. which means they need a kitchen, which means it's a new use. It's a use that's in addition to whatever use they were approved under a conditional use permit. They have a conditional use permit for the property that should cover all uses. And if you're changing the use of the property that was approved by a conditional use permit, that conditional use permit should be amended, not dealt with as a director exemption.
Okay, I would agree with that. I don't remember whether the CUP on the Boku property, because we did it, some time ago. I don't remember if that CUP included dining, indoor or outdoor.
I haven't.
It was before Lucas too, so we'd all have to go back and look at that
Yes.
CUP
Yes.
to see what's there.
Yes. But maybe that could be answered right now.
Yeah, I can look into that further. I don't want to presuppose what the CUP said. I do remember there being phases within the CUP, and certainly discussed within the agenda report when it went forward for Planning Commission consideration. In terms of, I think that's where I'll stop, because I want to make sure that I'm providing the correct information versus trying to remember.
Actually, that's a separate topic about exactly what happened with that site. But the topic for tonight really is more the appeal policy and making sure that all the members. I mean, I don't know. Do other commissions get their decisions appealed? Seems like it's most applicable to us.
Yeah.
And
the BAB doesn't. You can't appeal theirs. But I think we could probably all agree that with the confluence of the policy 6.4 and these sections in Article 30 of Chapter 2, the totality of it is not clearly written, so that someone who wishes to appeal or agendize the discussion of an appeal of a decision by the director or by the commission, it is not very clearly worded so that any person could understand how to request either of those actions.
Agreed.
Would that be fair?
Yes, I completely agree, Steve. Thank you for stating that very concisely. And, it would be nice for council would be the appropriate body, of course, to have this revised or better written. And I would, as a part of that action, it really does seem like what is the value of delaying the process by requesting that it be agendized and then decided? I mean, just have the appeal heard in one step instead of two steps. It's kind of it's a waste of time, and it's kind of silly because every commissioner would be able to decide. If it were just simply if two requests were submitted and the project was agendized at the next meeting or a special meeting, I guess if that was absolutely necessary, and then the commission makes a decision at that meeting, that's so much more efficient and to the point, and you have every individual commissioner able to vote and say whether they think it's
Yeah, it certainly seems cumbersome. Mr. Attorney, can you tell us, is there a state law that requires this?
No, there's not necessarily a state law that requires this. The state law specifically governs the actual appeals as they move through the system. But the way the city has it, the three-step process is not necessarily what other cities have. It's perhaps, as Commissioner Lott has pointed out, maybe more convoluted than other cities. And what the state law governs is really, the city has jurisdiction, as long as it affords due process, it has jurisdiction of all appeals within the city and how that process works. State law really applies when you're going to the Superior Court to dispute a decision. And that,
Okay.
and the petition for writ of mandate. So what this commission could do, I think, if there's a takeaway from having reviewed the Title 10 and seeing the revisions, is that there's always room for improvement in the code and the language in the code, and to perhaps simplify it. And so what this commission could do would be to ask council to agendize to review and revise the appeals procedure and the 15 days to harmonize it and make it perhaps accessible, as someone pointed out, and less convoluted. And that would be something that this commission could do.
I think what we might do is have the commission agendize the issue and make a recommendation to the city council via a text amendment for how to change this. My next question, however, would be, what is the order of precedence between this policy and the municipal code?
So the municipal code governs. That is the law of the city. So the municipal code.
Okay.
In any differences between the policy and the code always governs. Ultimately, the code is the final arbiter of authority.
Okay. So we may in fact have two issues here. One, if the code and the policy are inconsistent or in conflict, then the code holds. If they are not in conflict, but the code is overly cumbersome or hard to understand, then the commission ought to be able to take up the issue of how to amend the text of Article 30 to make it more understandable.
Right. Be a suggestion to the council to adopt, because the council will ultimately be the ones revising the code.
Right.
Sure. And we would have to recommend a text amendment, just like we're doing with these sections that we've been through earlier tonight.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Does that make sense, Kathy?
Yes, I'm in agreement. I've been listening.
Okay.
No, I agree too. Yeah, I think that sounds like a good approach. It sounds like a positive way to approach this is for the planning commission to discuss if the city manager, or if that's okay to do it that way without stepping on anybody's toes, but for the commission to kind of problem solve it. And
it's a prior city manager that wrote this policy or signed it off, so you're not going to insult anybody there.
Yeah, and the city manager can also change the policy at the direction of this commission. The policy is not a statutory. It's unlike the code, which is the governing law of the city, which requires council action. The city manager can change and revise the policy based on recommendation of this council or so forth. But if you want, and as I pointed out, that since the code is the governing authority, if you want changes to the code, then that would go to council. But the policy itself is a policy adopted by the city, but the city manager can change it.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
okay.
I think we would want, as a part of the discussion on this, we want to look both at the code, exactly what the language is in the code, and the policy, and see what could be worked out in terms of clear approach to this. But I will say the policy was held up as the reason why the appeals were not valid. So.
Yeah. I think at this point, Kathy, what we probably all need to do is, now that we are all in possession of the policy as well as Article 30, we should read those, and whenever we can schedule this as a discussion item, we should do that to try to forge some sort of direction to city staff to come back with a text amendment if we think that's appropriate.
Agreed. I think that's perfect, Steve.
Or if we decide that the Article 30 is okay as it is, but the policy is in conflict or makes the totality of it unreadable, then it may be Well, if there's anything that has to do with the Article 30, that's eventually going to have to go back to council as a text amendment.
Right.
But in the meantime, we might also decide that we want to talk to the city manager about the policy. The question would be now, as we look forward, the August 5th meeting, we are going to, in a public hearing, consider these 33 or 34 sections of text amendment. And then we may well have additional sections or sections that we want to look at it for the first time that Lucas and I have already looked at. Do we also have time then to go through the policy and Article 30, or should we just hold that and at some point we'll schedule a discussion item and figure out what we want to do with it?
Yeah, I would suggest holding it until we have
Be nice to have a fifth commissioner too, but that's another question.
Right, we have a new, yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's then, if we can agree on this, I think it is kind of hard to understand the way it's written. I've still got questions. Let's hold this until we have a fifth commissioner and then schedule a discussion item on Article 30 and Policy 6.4. And if we all read it ahead of time and figure out if we understand it or don't understand it, and if we don't, why, then we can have a fruitful discussion on either recommending a change to the policy or recommending a change to the code or both.
Perfect. I totally agree.
Yeah, I agree, because I don't understand it at all.
Okay.
So getting some context around this would be great. I mean, I understand the director's exemption. I understand the purpose of appealing that director's exemption, but it's very vague on the 15-day process and when the clock starts, when it stops, and how all that plays out. So yeah, I'm still confused.
Okay. Oh, by the way, Sousa, you're still on, right?
Oh, yes, I'm here. I woke up.
Have you heard from Ryan about selection of a fifth commissioner?
I don't understand why he didn't have anybody last night. I'll ask him tomorrow, and I'll.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know that we're on that we started our vacation, or it's not really a vacation, a break from city council meetings. You know,
summer hiatus.
Yeah. I just want to tell you that I felt really relieved because I don't remember any of this, and I was relieved that it took place initially March 3, 2015, before I was on the council, because I felt like Kathy kept looking at me.
No, sorry.
And then I'm wondering, I missed one meeting.
I don't mean anyone to take it personally at all.
No. No, just because you're liaison doesn't mean we get to tar you with anything that council has ever done in the past.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm actually I'm curious about the meeting on February 8, 2019. I'm going to look that up on YouTube, and because I don't have any recollection about discussing this, and I missed one meeting, so maybe that was the one I missed. So anyway.
Yeah.
And then I would like to be clear, if there's anything you want me to do or say to James, or will Lucas and you bring it up with James, or what's my role in this?
I think the ball's in our court right now.
All right.
Is that right, Lucas? You agree?
I don't know if I'm coming through. I'm on the meeting. This is James Vega.
Oh, good.
Oh, hi, James.
Hello. Hello.
I was wondering what that name was. Kept flashing.
I kept looking at it too.
Have you been all along?
Yeah. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Commissioner Trent. Thanks for all the efforts earlier today, and I won't say much, but I heard the discussion. I personally am not a fan of that policy, but at the same time, I know we had a project that was approved while that policy was in effect, so we couldn't Lucas and I had a conversation about it. We didn't feel like it was fair to the applicant to change the policy in the middle of the of their process. But it's something that I'd be happy to look at and consider making changes to. I think one thing that I want to have some thought about when we are discussing it, and I know it's going to be discussed at a future meeting, but I think the director's exemptions processes have always seemed to get longer, and I think I want to be careful as far as we have a lot of, or Lucas and I will tend to get a lot of the complaints from people who say, I thought a director's exemption meant that I was going to come in and get an approval from you today. And really what it means is I came in and found out that I have to wait 15 days to see if it gets appealed. And then, additional days to potentially schedule it, which is one thing that people have raised concerns about before. So I think having a clear upfront process for everybody that is understandable would be beneficial. And I would support that. And, one of the thoughts we had without going down the rabbit hole on it is trying to say at the next planning commission meeting that it would be, reviewed or discussed by the commission, and the commission would then determine whether to schedule it for an appeal or not, which I think would be pretty clear. But the challenge there is, what happens if we don't have a commission meeting for 3 weeks or 4 weeks, which happens on occasion. So I think there's, some logistics we can try to work out, but try to make it clearer than what it currently is.
Yeah, and we're trying to balance that with the rights of the applicant to get some kind of a speedy trial, if you will.
Exactly. This is a bad example for that part of the conversation, but we do get people that come in for very minor projects. You got a director's exemption, was it yesterday, I believe, for somebody that's making some repairs to their residence, but it's in a VMU, so they have to go through the process and wait when they normally would not have to. It's just that their property was in the VMU zone instead of a residential zone.
Right.
Oh,
But
okay.
that one's not going to get appealed, I don't think.
Right. Yeah. But
Okay.
the challenge for us, and Lucas can tell you this too, is we tell, we'll have somebody like that come in and we'll tell them, we don't think this is going to be appealed. And they will say, so I can go home and start my repairs. And it's like, well, no, you still got to wait, so that's the balance that we're trying to strike with being timely for people, but still giving, the proper review. So,
Yeah.
Okay. Well, James, I think the ball's in our court now, the commission's court, to go through this material, see if we feel like we understand it, and if we do and don't like it, or if we don't understand it, then to come back to you first, probably, and then if appropriate, because it means a change to the code, to the city council and recommend a change.
Agreed. And I think the other thing too is whatever policy, whether it ends up being this or a modified version, I think one of the points Commissioner Lottis made is it should be publicly available. So we will plan to post it on the director's exemption page, with that information as well. So.
Right. Okay. And by the way, John, I don't know, you haven't met everybody here. James Vega, who's just joined the conversation, is our city manager.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Awesome. Nice to meet you. I would have put my camera on, but I'm sitting here with my pet pig, so I don't want
to.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we've probably exhausted that topic. Let's go on to item 4, the Planning Commission future tentative agenda. Lucas, do we still have 1201 San Ramon on there? I haven't gone to the property itself, but I looked at Google Maps and it looks like 1201 is an empty lot and they want to build a house.
Yeah, so it'll be a new single-family residential house, and then a garage, and it'll include an ADU on the second floor. That one I think is going to be ready to go on the 5th. I think we've done, and they've certainly provided all the necessary information at this point, and we've been working on that agenda report to bring to the commission on the 5th. I think that one is ready. I think, if I could here, Chair Quillisi, 202 East Ojai Avenue may end up getting pushed to the 19th. We're looking at that currently. Title 10 errata.
That's
and
the Village Pharmacy
yes.
on the corner of Signal?
Yes. Yep. So that one is off-site sales of beer and wine. And the requirement there is it would require a CUP, which is what they're proposing. The Title 10 errata and other revisions, that is what we just saw tonight as a discussion. That will be moving forward as a public hearing item. There is the potential for, we just received an appeal, and the address is, I think, 603 Lion, regarding a fence. So there was a determination made by staff regarding a fence, and I think we're looking to squeeze that into this public hearing, which may end up shifting the 202 East Ojai to the August 19th meeting, and in favor of this appeal item, getting it on for the 5th. We're working on the logistics of that right now, but there is a pretty good likelihood that you'll be hearing an appeal on the 5th.
That's the appeal is on the 603 Lion property.
Yes, so 603 Lion. I don't want to necessarily go into a ton of detail on it, but it's
no, that's the southwest corner at Grand.
Grand and Lion, so southwest corner. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I know what you're
There's a lot of construction going on there already. I presume that's under an active building permit.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. So you'll be either hearing that on the 5th or the 19th. We're pushing, staff is pushing, I'm pushing for it to be on the 5th. So I think there's a pretty good likelihood that's when it's going to be.
Okay.
So anyway.
And there, somewhere in here on a previous tentative agenda sheet from a previous meeting, there was something about, is it sometime in August we want to discuss topics for a joint meeting with the City Council, which would take place in September?
That is, there's a future joint meetings with the City Council. The item right now is pending, but certainly we could start that discussion as early as August for the upcoming, I want to say it's in September. That sounds correct.
If I could add real quick to that the joint meetings, the kind of weird year we're in this year with the coronavirus and everything and not being able to get everybody in the same room is that we haven't been holding the joint meetings, but as soon as we're able to, we would like to. So I think, all the joint meetings we're kind of considering tentatively scheduled at this point, just with, not knowing how the coronavirus situation will shape up. So I think it'd be good to have the discussion and just know that the date might, be fluid. So.
Yeah, okay. I think it'd be useful for us as commissioners to discuss what we want to talk about and then hold that list as we have in the past until we actually schedule the joint meeting.
Agreed.
We could even review the list from time to time until we have the joint meeting.
Yeah.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
And I think that is the end of the agenda. We are down to the best part of the meeting. Some words from our City Council liaison, Sousa Francina.
Well, you should know that the last two meetings I had City Council Tuesday the night before. Usually it's alternate weeks, right?
Right.
We had this weird month and it was like a 3-week. So that explains why I'm so tired every time. Because I already, exhausted myself last night. But so aside from that, all I can do is express my appreciation for the work that you're doing on the code and everything. I can't get over the fact that that this was done it refers to 1991 in several spots, so.
Oh, yes, there are pieces of the code that are older than that.
Yeah. So this is great that you're doing it. And I thought John Trent was just a pro, part of the, like he'd been here his whole life.
Well, thank you. I
Fit
guess
right in.
I fake it well. I fake it well.
Thank you.
And I do want to thank you, Sousa, and the council for at least getting the reappointment and the appointment for one of the vacancies done. So we have 4 commissioners. That's really great. We're just looking forward to a 5th. And I guess maybe that if the appointment is made and then the commission could approve that appointment in your second meeting of August. Is that when your next meeting?
It might be. It's the 4th Tuesday in August.
4th Tuesday in August. Okay.
And then maybe there's a process where we can even do it sooner. I could check into that. I don't know if there is, but there might be.
Well, it was a consent item last night. I don't know if that requires a public hearing. Mr. Attorney, what do you say?
We've done them. I can speak to that. We've done it. We've just done them as consent items on the agenda. Technically, the way we've set it up is that the council member, each council member is now going to, recommend their appointment, and then the council ratifies. So we would have to have council ratify before they can participate. But if one gets recommended, we could have them attend your next meeting and at least watch it as part of the audience, if and get familiar
get a sense of the whole thing. Yeah. Okay, but even a consent item, even a consent item has to be voted on in a noticed public meeting.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we can't officially get a 5th commissioner until the 4th Tuesday in August at the earliest.
Right, unless we had a special city council meeting, in which case, we could easily put that on. But I think fingers crossed we won't have an emergency happen where that is necessary.
Well, yeah, it would be a shame to have to break up the hiatus just for one commission appointment.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
See, I also want to congratulate you on being reappointed. Is this your 3rd term or your 2nd term?
No, I'm starting my 2nd term. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yes, congratulations.
Well deserved.
Super. And as soon as we get a 5th commissioner, then I would recommend we decide who should be chair.
Do our elections.
Right. I think we agreed a couple meetings ago to hold that until we have a full commission again.
Yep.
Right.
Okay. Then there being no other obvious business before the commission, I declare us adjourned at 10:02.
Whoa.
Thank you all for the participation tonight.
Fantastic.
This is one of our longer meetings, but I think very worthwhile.